just get the stream key. Make sure everything's good there. Yep. All right, we are live. Apparently, it started on me without me realizing it. So I was like, you probably heard me say, all right, I'll get the stream started or something along those lines, because it had in fact already started on me. I accidentally hit something apparently. So, you know, amateur hour here, but welcome back to Reason Answers.
It's as good as waging war against Allah and his messenger.
So today we have a very special treat. We are going to be enlightened by the teaching of one of the world's foremost experts on biblical texts, the Torah, which is something completely different, obviously, and ancient tablets. So it should be a very interesting night.
The world's foremost experts.
Of course, we have Mary with us today. And yes, we will be talking about Billy Carson. A week ago, we looked at the first portion of his epic Meltdown, where he talked about things like the Gospel of Barnabas and the Gospel of Jesus's wife and the Sinai Bible, things at least vaguely connected to the New Testament. Today, we're going to be going much deeper and seeing the real crazy. As stupid and insane as you thought that was, it is nothing compared to his claims about the Old Testament and ancient tablets. Mary, what would you like to say as an introduction?
Well, if you caught the stream last week, we covered what Billy Carson said about the New Testament and Wes's interactions with him. And this week, we're going to heavily cover things he said about the Old Testament, mainly in the stream, the early stuff, the claims that he made about other documents and things, because he kind of goes off on his hysterical rants now and again that aren't really worth talking about. But he makes factual claims at times. It's very difficult for him, but sometimes he does. And we will go through those. I would like to, I had a lot of fun this week. Addressing his biography, because I discovered that he had some very interesting claims about himself as well. And Thaddeus does not know about this, but I would like to bring this up and talk about his claims to expertise, which he will, Thaddeus will, I am sure, quite enjoy. Let me go ahead and pull that up as soon as I get down there. I start from the beginning.
So I do have a clip that I was going to play as an introduction. I don't know what you're alluding to, right? I'm sure you have much stuff to bring to the table, but as Houston points here, Billy did adopt a new name. I think legally changed his name to Billy Carson because, well, maybe not.
Let's not speculate about
let's
why.
Not do cause and effect, but he changed his name, and you'll find out a possible reason why in a little bit. I am sure on that. All right, so let's get this video up here as a little bit of flavor, a little bit of way of introduction. We'll get to talk about lots of stuff in this video throughout. For now, we're just going to take him at his word and see what he has to say.
And I said, when was the Bible written? And he goes, oh, it was written thousands of years ago. I said, oh, man. I said, no, the Bible wasn't written thousands of years ago. I said, do you even know who wrote the Bible? Oh, yeah, Paul, Peter, John. I said, oh, my God. Listen, man. I said, you happen to stumble into one of the world's foremost experts on biblical texts, the Torah, the ancient tablets in the world. That's who you're talking to right now. How did the Bible come along, even including the Old Testament? You've heard me say this before. They copied the majority of that stuff from the Enuma Elish, the Atra-Hasis, the Mahabharata. You have some of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, right? You have in there, you have, like, for example, the 42 Laws of Mayat. You know, that's where you get the 10 Commandments that were extracted from that information. You have the Bhagavad Gita, the Tibetan Book of the Dead. You have the Sumerian tablets that are outside of the Enuma Elish. There's many tablets that exist. The Code of Hammurabi, the Epic of Gilgamesh. I mean, that can just keep going and going and going. And I said, then you have the Emerald Tablets, where Jesus's teachings are identical copies of Thoth's teachings from the ancient Kemetic mystery schools taught 50,000 years ago in the land of Kem, which is now known as Egypt. And I could see the steam coming out of this guy's ears. He couldn't even conceive what the heck I was telling him. And I said, do you know that the Bible was written thousands of years after the people were long gone, dead, buried, bones disintegrated, and everything else in the ground?
Thousands.
What are you talking about? I said, listen to me, man. The Bible was written from 100 AD to 900 AD. And who wrote the Bible? Those were followers of
So special.
So the only reason I wasn't laughing hysterically through the whole thing is because this is the third time I have played this through. But oh my goodness, the number of insane claims being made in this thing is just off the charts. Not the least of which that, you know, the Bible wasn't written thousands of years ago. It was written from 100 AD forward, which of course is actually thousands of years ago. I don't know. Pick a lane and stay in it, Mr. Carson.
There was an absolutely, because Wes has been trending recently. His shorts have been popping up in my feed much more, and there was an absolutely hysterical one that popped up that showed him speaking probably to his own church. And he's talking in, I think, a t-shirt or something, and you can see that he lifts a lot, right? So he's really built from all the lifting. And the comments were absolutely hysterical. They talked about him having the swoley spirit and being, what was the other one? Like he could have folded up Billy and used him as a bookmark was another comment. And then the third one is, some people have Jack Reacher. We have Jack Preacher. So those just killed me. They were hilarious comments. So
Kiki says that he is a tabletologist.
Yes, he is apparently a tabletologist. He knows the tablets. He knows all the tablets, apparently, all the ancient writings. He is a foremost expert in the world because we've already been able to tell how well this gentleman knows English with his idea of the language of garbage British.
Well, yeah, thankfully he's not speaking that garbage British that none of us want to hear.
Oh, goodness. All right. So I would like to start with his claims to expertise in his education, his educational claims, and his business claims, both of which are very interesting. Now, some people are already familiar that his real name is William Tyrone Carlson, and under that name was arrested multiple times and charged with various crimes. You can look those up. They are exactly what you would expect them to be from his current persona and his current occupation in deceiving people with falsity. That would, his pedigree has been unchanged in this time. But if you go on IMDb, you'll find his biography, which he, of course, has written. And on LinkedIn, you find another version of the biography. And they're very slightly different because you know that whenever you have a degree, it changes its name all the time. That's how degrees work, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so this is especially ironic. Mr. Carson appreciates the dedication and hard work it takes to accomplish great things. All right. So how does he appreciate it? How is it that he appreciates this? Because he has earned the certificate of science with an emphasis on neuroscience, not on neuroscience at MIT, and has a certificate in ancient civilization, singular, not plural, from Harvard University.
Well, there is only one, right? It's the aliens.
Yes.
That was the only actual civilization.
Right.
So.
Apparently. Among his most notable achievements, Billy is the CEO of First Class Space Agency based in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Specifically, his space agency is involved in research and development, R&D of alternative propulsion systems and zero-point energy devices.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So by alternative propulsion systems, they mean reactionless drives, which basically means woo FTL, faster than light travel. He thinks he's claiming that he's building warp drives or something associated with that, right? So just completely impossible things.
Except that all the
Yes.
secret technology is found in those emerald tablets, and he is just
Apparently.
extracting it from there.
Something like that. And zero-point energy devices. So zero-point energy, it's basically the lowest energy the system could possibly have. So that's a real thing. Devices. There's no way. There's like all this woo about getting energy out of zero-point energy devices. All of it's nonsense. That's like saying, I'm going to take ash and now I'm going to get lots of energy out of the ash, like after all the energy has been released already through combustion, right? Absolute nonsense. It just sounds impressive to people who have never heard this before, heard it in passing, and so he uses these words. So, yeah, he's getting this from Stargate SG-1 episodes. He absolutely is. But
Stargate got it from the emerald tablets.
Oh, well, yeah, obviously, because the Emerald Tablets is like, I mean, Billy Carson's basically teaching Stargate plus more mystical woo, right?
Mm-hmm.
So on his LinkedIn, he calls himself the co-founder of the United Family of Anomaly Hunters. And he works with some of the top anomaly hunters in the world. Their mission is to provide evidence of past and present life on Earth. Let's get some evidence of present life on Earth, Thaddeus. He's going to provide evidence of it because there's no evidence of present life on Earth. Finding intelligent life in Billy's house might be difficult, though.
I mean, Marlene does say that he hopes he finds that evidence of life on Earth.
Right? Life on Earth, as well as on other celestial bodies inside our solar system. They also work to educate others about ancient technologies and their potential origins. This group was a pioneer in two new fields of science, archaeoastronomy and astroanthropology, neither of which actually exist. Billy believes that this will be offered as a college course soon, or as a college course in the not so distant future. No. Let me be a spoiler.
What college?
No, the College of Billy. Silly Billy here. This is going to be his name. His name is Silly Billy. Silly Billy appreciates the dedication and hard work it takes to accomplish great things. Okay, what great things has he accomplished? He has earned the Certificate of Science with an emphasis on neuroscience at MIT. Among his most notable achievements, he is the CEO of First Class Space Agency based in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, specifically Space Agency, blah, blah, blah. He is also a musician and a songwriter with music and distribution worldwide under his artist name, Forbidden Knowledge. Now, on his, he has
Sadly, we
differing.
won't get to listen to any of his music because I'm sure that he would copyright claim the
Yes.
stream for
And
sure if we did. But
Owusu, he was a liar. That this is what he is. He is a liar. And we will explain why. Because look at that. It says MIT. Now, here's different information. Sloan School of Management. Sloan School of Management is separate from anything that offers a certificate in science, right? You don't, they have professional certification for engineers in technical fields, but that's not in the Sloan School of Management. By the way, guess what I did? I called MIT. And I went from department to department and found out what email address to contact the specific group of Sloan School of Management who handles their executive education. And I got a reply back. So we will see whether or not he could get a certificate in neuroscience from 2017 to 2018. 2 years. 2 years he studied this. And at Harvard University claims to have spent 3 years studying ancient studies / civilization, once again singular. So,
so Owusu wants to know where all this was, but where was all of this before? Same place it is now. Just because you've never heard it doesn't mean it didn't exist. It's not newly created. This is Billy's own biography that he wrote about himself. And you're like, you guys are just haters for reading his biography.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, supposedly a certificate of science with an emphasis on neuroscience, that simply does not exist. There was never any professional education for engineers in the main professional education division of MIT, which is separate from the executive education school of Sloan, the Sloan School of Management. They're two separate entities. They operate separately. And there never was anything that gave you a certificate of science in those words at all, but specifically in neuroscience. It never existed, does not exist, has never been a thing. So he claims on LinkedIn here, both this certificate in neuroscience, but specifically on his, whenever he has to like actually enter the field, he changed it to Sloan School of Management. And that also does not exist for a 2-year course. Now, what does exist is that there is a 2-day executive education course in neuroscience for business and another one in applied neuroscience, which existed in 2018. Is not currently being offered. So again, I did my homework. I went and I contacted them directly. They said that they cannot say specifically, which is kind of odd because for most things, like if you call and say, was so-and-so a graduate from your program, they'll tell you because people put it on their resumes and you go and check up on the resume by finding out from the registrar whether or not that person was a graduate this year. But for these really short courses, and most of Sloan School of Management's courses are not 2-day seminars. This is just a seminar. They have more lengthy programs that are 6 or 8 weeks or something like that. This is a 2-day seminar. 2 separate 2-day seminars. And I have no evidence currently that he did or did not go to them. But since he's claiming it's 2 years, I will press X to doubt. So now let's look at the Harvard. Harvard's even better. Certificate in ancient, and I said civilizations because that's what it should be, but he actually wrote civilization, which is not a thing at all. And then in LinkedIn, he says ancient studies / civilization. So why did he add ancient studies to the little LinkedIn blurb? Well, that's because ancient civilizations or ancient civilization doesn't even exist as a major or a certificate program at Harvard. Ancient studies exists, and it exists as a secondary field for PhD candidates within Harvard University. The closest thing to a certificate that you can get is this Harvard X certificate, a certificate of completion for a free 6 to 8 week course that takes 2 to 4 hours a day or a week of effort, which is online. And to get your certificate, you pay $219 for this free course. It's an add-on. And this specific course, this is all you get. This is the closest you can get is Harvard X. And this is part of the Harvard X program. This is a certificate. It completely does not count toward any credits, toward any college anywhere in the world. It is a certificate that you can wave around to say, look, I took this thing and now I have Harvard on it and I paid money. It's something that a lot of universities have done to further monetize their name, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And this Harvard X course is specifically and only about the pyramids of Giza, ancient Egyptian art and archaeology. The next closest thing you have is there's one on ancient literature too. But this is as close as you get to ancient civilization. So if he bothered to take anything, which again, he claims to have studied this for 3 years with Harvard. 3 years.
Well, Mary, in fairness, maybe it took him 3 years to get through that short little course.
With his reading comprehension, that's possible. But it's pretty astonishing how well he can pronounce the words he's reading for how little he understands them. But going... And again, if he's going to lie and claim it's a 3-year program, why would he bother to take it at all? Why would he bother to do it? Yes, free course equals paid for fake diploma.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think that we're getting lots and lots of evidence that Billy is indeed
one of the world's foremost experts.
Indeed. And by the way, here are all of the actual certificates that Harvard offers in their little online certificate program. And big data for social good, data science for business, data science principles, data privacy and technology, open innovation, coming soon, digital strategy. Then healthcare leadership is another large topic, which I think it should be obvious this is not relevant to healthcare leadership. And then leadership, communication, and transformation, which is all your DEI certifications. And then finally, law and practice. So that's what they actually offer. Does that sound like ancient civilization singular? No, it does not. But it gets even better. So I got abused by his first class space agency. And I looked it up. And wouldn't you know, it's at the exact same location as his Forbidden Knowledge place is, with the exact same phone number as his Forbidden Knowledge, which is the Forbidden Knowledge on a press release has their business phone number and the business location. And by the way, here is an exterior shot of his business location. I'm not giving his home. I'm not outing him. I'm not doxing him. This is his business location. And it's just kind of an executive suite where you'd expect to go to get your wisdom teeth out. It's really the kind of place. But no, he is doing research and development of zero-point energy devices and reactionless drives here. Totally, definitely, totally doing this really, really legit here, folks. The phone number, again, for his space agency is the same phone number as the phone number for his Forbidden Knowledge main business. Exact same phone number. The contact of the person at his main phone number is his now wife. So Elizabeth is now Elizabeth Carlson or Carson. I don't know whether I legally changed his name, and I don't care. But that is his wife up there, who I don't know whether or not he has any other full-time employers or whether or not they're all kind of piecework contractors. But do you think that you can run a space agency with the person you happen to be dating who ends up being your wife just because? Yeah. So I just thought that was amusing. Very amusing. And I also found that this space agency, because he declared that it was he called himself the CEO, January 2014 to the present, 11 years. It's a nonprofit space agency based in South Florida. founded by Billy Carson in November 2014. So apparently either it was January or November. He can't remember. The agency focused on research, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, and it's the future of interplanetary travel. Definitely. I would totally trust getting in a rocket designed by Billy Carson. Anyway, on the IRS site, we found that its tax-exempt status was revoked in 2017. When does it get revoked? When they don't return the proper notice that makes them legitimately tax exempt for 3 consecutive years. Remember, it was founded in 2014. So he never filed the proper form of a to be a nonprofit. Yet he still calls it a nonprofit. And he's still selling stuff under his First Class Space Agency branding.
I mean, in fairness, it can be a nonprofit without being a 401c3, but you just don't get the special tax status. Nonprofit just means you don't make any money, which, I mean, he may not, right? Everything that comes in, he just pays himself. Therefore, he doesn't make any money.
Yeah. But he did file it initially as 501c4 initially, but yeah, it lapsed immediately because he was not running.
Right. Yeah. So if you do file,
it's not a tax exempt entity and has not been since that time. Now, it is true, as they note here, that it is possible that he refiled the correct information such that he could have reestablished it as a tax exempt entity, and it has not yet appeared on the site. That's possible. But as of when this was last updated, it has not been reinstated. So, only Rasulullah was a non-profit. That is amazing. Thank you so much, Waleed. And this also amuses me. This is a statement from his website, which looks like it was designed by a 16-year-old about 8 years ago. Anyway, it says, our vision extends beyond mere exploration at first-class space agency, not that ugly second-class space agency stuff. We believe in harnessing the vast potential of space to improve everyday life on Earth. This involves developing technologies that can be adapted for use in various industries. Which ones? From telecommunications, like what? To environmental monitoring, like what? Thereby contributing to global progress and sustainability. Our projects range from advanced propulsion systems, which could shorten interplanetary travel times, because right now our interplanetary travel times are a little bit too long, and Billy Carson's going to help us here, to innovate life support systems that pave the way for long-duration space missions. By bridging the gap between space and terrestrial applications, we aim to create a future where the benefits of space exploration are a part of everyone's daily life. That just tickled me too much not to post here, so I had to include that. He's also calls himself the CFO of American Compassionate Care since 2015. Where is Compassionate Care? So apparently its website's dead, but it is at 5960 Glenway Avenue in Cincinnati, Ohio, but the zip is wrong on care.com. Yes, it must. Gigawatts. Get jiggity. And the business license has not been verified. The location is not verified on Google, and there's no indication that ever was. What the street is, sometimes you get these streets that have become fairly major in towns, but they still have all the residential buildings from before, but they've been converted into business use. And so he is the CFO of, the chief financial officer of this very important company, is a company that is, if it does exist still, or did exist actually at this location, is inside the house there that has the brick fireplace. So yeah, he has connections to American Compassionate Care, which is supposedly it's a home health care service place. So if you'll drop that, it's this house with the chimney right there. If you'll take off the
Yep.
So It's that house
I
with
found
the
that
chimney
funny.
right there if it's anything.
I found that comment especially funny though, right? Because he's like, "Oh, the government is evil, and all these big corporations and powerful people are out to get you." And then he's also like, "But I'm well connected, and I can take you down."
Well,
so, are you part of that conspiracy?
Imagine calling yourself a C-level executive of a place that's inside a house, a converted house. Chief financial officer, the C-suite. Mm-hmm. Does he have one of the 3 bedrooms that got converted?
It's seriously interesting that he did CFO, right? So who's the CEO then?
I don't know who's running it because he's out of Florida around the Fort Lauderdale area, right? So I don't know how he's actually connected this. He's not connected to it well at all because he calls himself Chief Financial Officer, American Compassionate Care, February 2015 to the present. 9 years, 11 months, Cincinnati area, KY. What state is that, everyone?
Cincinnati, Kentucky, huh?
Cincinnati area, Kentucky, because apparently he doesn't know what state Cincinnati is in. So he's the chief financial officer of a business, which he does not know which state it is in, which is remarkable. One usually needs to understand what state the corporation that you are the chief financial officer of is, but apparently not here. And it's also very curious because the care.com only had 3 reviews, and one was a complaint by someone who had been hired to work. And then the other 2 don't sound quite right. So yeah, I wonder if he gets paid in Google gift cards. I want to know how he does their taxes, because remember, to be a chief financial officer, you're going to be a certified public accountant. You're going to have a background in finance. You're going to have all of this sort of expertise, none of which Billy has. So the first one's complaining about working for them. So and there does seem to be a few pictures up that show that they had actually had home health care aides that they had hired at some point. But it seems to be defunct at the moment. Another one says, "This is the best agency I ever had. They work with a nonprofit and are able to provide many perks such as financial assistance and free vacations. The caregivers are kind and help me out tremendously with everything from cooking to cleaning to taking me everywhere I like to go. My old agency used to send any old body and they would just sit on their phones and not take care of me. But everyone ACC sends out really cares and we have a great time. They feel more like friends than staff. I highly recommend them." And that, to me, sounds questionable. My family's hired a home health aide because it's a lot cheaper to have a home health aide than it is to have 2 people in even in assisted living. Like the part-time assisted living is hideously expensive. So home health aides are cheaper. We've had a home health aide, and that just does not sound right. And another one says, "American Compassion Care saved my life. Before I found this amazing company, I was rotting away in a bedroom like a prisoner in my own body. They came and brought me back to life. They actually take their clients out of the house. We traveled to different states. And I was able to experience an airplane for the first time in my life. My house is cleaner and the caregivers even helped me throw holidays parties. Since hiring ACC, my life has changed for the better." Now, I'm sorry. This sounds wild to me. That a home health aid service seems to be mainly focusing on advertising their ability to take vacations. Like, home health aides have their own lives. They want to work 40 hours a week. They do not want to go on vacation with you. And if you need a home health aide, most of the time you're not doing vacations of that sort. Now, there are some times when you would be traveling, but typically you'd hire respite care in the place that you're going and things like that to help out. You don't normally, and they just do this for me. There's no idea of this being something that these people are paying for, but they work with nonprofits and they get all this money and they get all this funding to do these things. So I'm very suspicious.
Well, I got a rebuttal for you.
Now, maybe it's not real. Does that even matter?
Well, I think that this American or the American Compassionate Care was a real company. I wonder whether or not it's not owned by a relative of Billy's, perhaps, or one of his buddies or friends or something who just put him on it. But I'm really questioning the structure of what this business had been, because the Christopher and Judy B's sound very suspicious to me. And yes.
So Solo Dolo says we are Billy Bullies. Yes, a guy who brags about his mansion, elevator, lifts, private chef, private jets. He's definitely being bullied by, us normal people with a tiny little YouTube channel. He just can't handle being bullied.
Yep, something like that. So and then so that's what I had on his background, because I was very curious whenever his misdeeds popped up on my feed from someone else who had dug up the and I've forgotten which channel it is, or I'd mention it. That dug up the mug shots and the documents and everything else. So I am very, very curious about what all that stuff is. So if you will, did you get the document I emailed you that has all the timestamps in it for this time? Mine didn't work.
I can go grab that. I wasn't sure how you're going to do things today, so I hadn't checked my email, but just give me 1 second and I will pull that up.
And we're starting on page 6, where it says starting here at the very top. It's the very top of page 6.
All right, I'll look for the word starting here. I mean, that is a little difficult to follow, but I think I can manage. All right, so.
But yeah, I just thought it was massively amusing to call yourself a CFO of a location that is so small that it's in a converted house. Like, that is a commercial property. There's no signs for American Compassionate Care. I couldn't find any previous signs of it, but it massively made me suspicious, especially, Cincinnati, Kentucky. Cincinnati, Kentucky.
Area.
This man, yes, Cincinnati area, Kentucky. This man does not know any geography, any history. He doesn't grasp linear history. Guys, I keep talking about how geography and history are important, location in space and time. And people struggle with this. So Cheeky Shiki is a CFO of his own apartment, which is excellent. I am the CFO of my dog.
And I am the CFO of Reasoned Answers. So that is my new title. I expect everyone to refer to me with respect. I am, in fact, a CFO. All right. I did find the first link here. Now, just give me 1 second to load that up and share my screen. I'm also a doctor, as in PhD. And this because I have certificates that took me 2 days to earn, which is all it takes to get a PhD.
Clearly.
Now, in fairness, I don't know if Carson ever calls himself a doctor, but his fans certainly do. They certainly think he has a PhD.
Well, all right. I recently did a refresher course for CPR. So I am a medical doctor, clearly. That means I'm a medical doctor.
And you are qualified to be the CFO of the Red Cross.
Yes. I am a foremost expert on all things medical because of my CPR refresher course.
You bet.
One of the world's foremost experts.
Let's see if we can get this thing to load. For some reason, it doesn't want to load on me.
Medical doctor. There we go. Could you imagine how horrifying it would be to actually be treated by Zach or Nike? I mean, this man does not know how babies are made. Very troubling.
So having some technical issues here.
Do you want me to try and see if I can share mine?
There we go. Got it fixed.
There we go. All right.
I did it like 5 times.
And the 6th time it worked. There we go. All right. So.
All right. Let's get this.
That's fair enough. That's I can respect that. So let's go into the Old Testament a little bit. Predominantly from my research, I discovered that a lot of information from the Enuma Elish and the 7 Tablets of Creation is a lot of the, in Genesis, a lot of the creation story that comes into Genesis. Not all of it, but because obviously it's a smaller, Genesis is a much smaller version of a much bigger story. But it's literally almost word for word from the Enuma Elish and the 7 Tablets of Creation. The Epic of Atra-Hasis as well is also there in the Old Testament. Several other tablets as well, Code upon Marabi and a few others have made it into that text. Sumerian cylinder scrolls that talk about the creation story. Again, the creation story in the Epic of Atra-Hasis. And so we tend to see this this copying of ancient tablets, text, and scriptures, even some papyruses, into the biblical text. Meaning that my point here is that I think a lot of people are saying that this information was written in real time. A lot of people believe that. If you ask the average person, they really believe that. But a lot of this information is just copied from older tablets and texts from an earlier date. That's what I found, that it's made it into the canonized Bible, but they never reference that they got it from any other ancient texts and tablets that have to do with a totally different civilization with totally different religious beliefs. One of the world's foremost experts.
So, in fairness, there might be people who don't think and say, yeah, it was written in real time. But to believe that, you would have to believe that human beings were writing before the first human being was created, right? Because it's just the biblical Genesis creation account describes the world before human beings. And he said, people believe this was written in real time, but in fact, it was just copied from earlier works.
And look at the poker face on Wes. He did not even correct. He looked up a couple of times. He's like, I'm controlling myself. I'm controlling myself. I'm controlling myself. Not going to laugh at this man in his face, but he was so respectful. Look at that. Look at how respectful he was throughout that entire thing. Now, keep in mind, what is Billy's claim? It is literally almost word for word from the Enuma Elish. That is a claim that we are evaluating. Is it going to be literally almost word for word? And in other places, it says, he does say that it is word for word, not in that whole sections basically are word for word. And that the whole thing is almost word for word. So we will find out whether or not A, it actually is word for word, or B, it even is what Billy Carson says it is. Because keep in mind that Billy Carson is going to say it is a word for word the same as Genesis. And also, it's wildly different than Genesis at the same time, simultaneously. Just like Billy Carson did a horrible job on this because he was very, very sick and he was ambushed because he wasn't allowed to get a word in edgewise and wasn't allowed to answer, and because it was faked, and because Wes kept dropping off. All 4 of these reasons are somehow simultaneously true at the same time.
And don't forget the secret coffee cup bat signal to cut the video or whatever that was supposed to be about.
I think that he did. I think a few times Wes did just grab that mug and go, I got to do something or I'm going to crack. And I think Billy actually noticed that Wes is trying very hard not to laugh at him during those. So I think that that's why he focused in on his rewatch on the coffee mug, because here's Wes trying so hard to be respectful and not laugh in his face as he's saying these absolutely ridiculous things. So he's like, I got a drink. Okay, I have control now. All right, I'm fine. That's what was
Yeah,
happening.
so I am not an expert on these texts, right? I couldn't tell you the exact contents of any of these documents, but I could not have controlled myself. I would have been laughing my head off because this
I
is
would have been smirking pretty hard.
one of the some of the silliest stuff ever, right? And then you got Wes here, who actually is an expert to some degree. I'm not saying he's the world's foremost expert, but he's an expert to some degree on these documents. And he's just like, yep, seems perfectly fine here. Nothing to react to.
Right. And I think that's why
Pretty amazing.
Because he's a narcissist, something that narcissists do is that they get really upset about how other people to react to the things that they say. They want to control other people's reactions. And whenever he realized that the reaction was not at all, he was not getting like, oh, I'm impressed. Oh, wow, that's pretty cool. Kind of nod. And instead, Wes was like, gotta be calm, gotta be respectful, gotta be gentle. I'm controlling myself. And once he realized that that's what Wes was doing, that he was just taking breaths kind of thing, it just triggered him and made him hysterical. And that's part of the reason why
after all,
so unhinged.
He was so angry when he got home that he forgot to use the elevator and accidentally took the stairs. So clearly he was.
I have actually known people who have had elevators, because if you have a house that's built in a weird way, or like, especially if you have a house that's on a hill and your garage is in the basement and ends up being like 4 stories high and the kitchen's in some weird place or something, sometimes you'll install an elevator. And do you know what those people don't do? They don't use their elevator unless they're carrying up groceries, right? Regular human beings who have elevators in their houses don't use them like that. He's just like popping off. I'm just imagining him going, I'm so cool, I got an elevator, and walking up, hitting the button and waiting for an elevator to come in his own dang house. Like, you do it because maybe you'll be elderly and for groceries. That's the only reason that people put elevators in there, and for moving large things up if you're a person who throws parties a bunch. You know,
dang servants moved my elevator. I left it right here on the first floor.
But like, imagine like, oh, time to hit the elevator. Oh, darned kids, they have used the elevator. Now I have to wait for it to come up these floors. Like, it's hilarious. Carol said he probably has a Stairmaster. He calls that his elevator. So
I do have a super chat from Ryan here real quick.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa'ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah, because sadaqah you can give it just like this, in 1 second.
Says Billy is the foremost expert on the Sinai Bible. Certainly the foremost expert on using that term. I do have to correct myself. Yeah. Last time I said something like, he might be the only person in the world to have said that or something. I did do a search, and roughly 2/3, 3/4 of all mentions of the term Sinai Bible were Billy, but the other 25% were other people. So he's not the only person to have ever used the term, but it is very much a non-standard term. So he is indeed the foremost expert on using that term.
And we will talk about the cylinders later on. Someone talked about the cylinder scroll, which is a term that he seems to really like. Mm-hmm. But if you guys can like the chat or dislike the chat if you don't like it, the stream, that would be greatly appreciated. So Piggy Doo noted that a lot of times people have elevators whenever they have houses that are liable to flooding. So if you have a house that's backing up to like a lake that floods frequently, your first levels might just not have anything but a garage in them, and then you have an elevator up and it sometimes makes sense for a huge amount of sense for resale, because people are like, I am not carrying these groceries 3 flights up to this way up high thing. But if it's an elevator, they're like, oh yeah, I'll do that because it's an elevator. But it has a purpose to just go, oh, I want to go up.
To be clear, I couldn't care less whether he has an elevator, whether it makes sense in his giant mansion or not. What's
It
funny
just
is that
drives
he
me
claims that
crazy.
he's so mad that he forgets to use it,
He
right?
forgets to use it. I mean, just like, for heaven's sakes, I'm just imagining. It's all of his bragging is so goofy. If anybody here has a paid off car, there's a pretty good chance that you have a greater net worth than Billy, since he rents his cars as well as his house. So if you have one car that you're positive on, you might have a greater net worth than Billy over a period of 3 months. And yet all the flexing, so ridiculous. All right.
Absolutely.
So I wanted to actually read this text first about the text, the Enuma Elish, which is an Akkadian manuscript. So if you can pull up mine.
Yep, I was about to do that.
And I am carefully using very easy to find sources here. I'm not going into obscure things. So this is just Wikipedia. All you had to do is Wikipedia, and you can find out what it is. Now, here's my summary on the side, that it rewrites Sumerian creation to add Marduk, which is the Assyrian top god, and put him on top of everything else and explain why he's above Enlil and Enki, who were the traditional Sumerian gods. Because what happened was that the Babylonians took over, and so you would have so they had their own high god, and they want their high god to be the high god of the pantheon and to be incorporated in there. And so they fabricated a genealogy for him and then retold the creation story and added him in with all of these extra elements to explain why Marduk is now top dude. And we still respect all these Sumerian gods, but they have ceded ultimate power to our top god, Marduk, and everybody should follow that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the meaning of this is when on high. It's a Babylonian creation myth named after its opening words from the late 2nd century millennium BC. It's the only complete surviving account of ancient Near Eastern cosmology. That means like basically creation and how the world is ordered, right? There are others, they're just not complete. It was recovered by a certain archaeologist at the Library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh. A form was first published by the English Assyriologist George Smith. There's been active research and further excavations, which led to a near completion of the text and improved translation. It has about 1,000 lines. It's recorded in Akkadian, the language. It's one of the Semitic languages, on 7 clay tablets. Now, what's important to know about Tuna-a-form is that, which is called, the Brits call it like cuneiform. Some people call it cuneiform. Nobody calls it cuneiform, which is what Billy calls it, because of course he has his own pronunciation of literally everything. But anyway, is that it was developed originally for the Sumerian language and was essentially pictographic in its earliest forms, developed into a more full-fledged way of writing, similar to the Hanzi of China, and then in terms of how it worked, right? And then whenever it was applied to Assyrian, which has a very different structure, totally unrelated language, a lot more of it was the phonology was incorporated a lot more. So you would have a lot more symbols that represented sounds rather than words or meaning particles, much more, because that's more important in Semitic languages than the agglutinative Sumerian language, which is a language isolate. It has no living or known relatives. So it's using the same writing system as Sumerian for a different language, none of which our buddy Billy Carson has any idea of, nor can he read, although he claims that he can. And I would happily challenge him to come on, and I will pull up some cuneiform and he can tell us what it says. He's
Good luck with that one.
so blatant. Anyway, so again, on the 7 tablets, it describes the creation of the world, a battle between gods focusing on the offering to Marduk, the creation whom he calls Marduk, which is hilarious. Marduk next, and I guess Marduk's buddy is Neptune Goose. I'm not sure, but he calls it Marduk. The creation of man destined for the service of the Mesopotamian deities, and it ends with a long passage praising Marduk. The rise of Marduk is generally viewed as to have started from the second dynasty of Isin, which no one really cares about. But anyway, so it could also be a late Kassite date. It just is related to which people controlled Mesopotamia and who their own high gods were, right? Mm-hmm. And it may have been recited during the Akitu festival. I do not know how to pronounce that. Some late Assyrian versions replace Marduk with Ashur because Ashur is the high god of Assyria, which makes sense. And Akkadian was the written language of the Babylonians, even though they spoke a different but closely related language, because of course we have to make things even more complicated. All right, so who is this Marduk dude? His name literally means calf of the sun or solar calf, and he's a god from ancient Mesopotamia and the patron deity of Babylon. So he's top dog of Babylon, and so worshipped in a particular temple. He had a symbol, and he eventually became astrologically associated with the planet Jupiter. Now notice, by the first millennium BC, but this was written when? The late second millennium BC. So before this point, shortly before this, he is not Jupiter in this. He is not Jupiter in the Enuma Elish creation myth. He will become one later. We're also going to run into Tiamat, who is the embodiment of the primordial sea, the primordial salt water. As opposed to Apsu, who is the primordial freshwater, the groundwater. So whenever you read in the Quran about the ocean, that the two seas come together and do not mingle, that's referring to a particular place in the Persian Gulf where there is an upwelling of fresh groundwater. That's what Bahrain gets its name from, meaning two seas. And that is an ancient Sumerian idea that there's this salt sea and this fresh sea, and the fresh sea is basically under the land, right? And so the Sumerian idea of creation had to do with the separation of the primordial sea, saltwater sea, from the primordial freshwater sea. The first of which was considered to be a woman, the second which was considered to be a man in terms of male and female deities. And she has a bunch of anthropomorphic features and animalistic features too, like a tail and things like that. So, in the Enuma Elish, she bears the first generation of deities after mingling her waters with those of Apsu, her consort. So first they're kind of side by side, and then they mingle together and have babies. Then they continue to reproduce, forming a noisy new mass of divine children. Apsu, driven to violence by the noise they make, seeks to destroy them, and then he is killed in turn. Enraged, Tiamat also wars upon those of her own and Apsu's children who killed her consort, bringing forth a fresh series of monsters as weapons. She also takes a new consort, bestows on him the Tablet of Destinies, which represents legitimate divine rulership. She's ultimately defeated and slain by Enki's son, the storm god Marduk. Originally, Enki was her defeater, but now it's Marduk who becomes the son in this. He's just grafted in here, but not before she conjures forth monsters whose body she fills with poison instead of blood. Marduk dismembers her, then constructs and structures elements of the cosmos from Tiamat's body. Does this sound much like Genesis here? Warring gods having intercourse with each other and having more god babies? No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I remember all of that in the Billy translation.
Yeah, word for word.
It's right there, word for word. In fact, in English, somehow in English, they're word for word identical, even though they're written in different languages.
Yep, and we're about to run into the Lahmu and the Lahamu, who are male and female class of these protective spirits.
Now, I will say, before you go any further, I will say that Billy did clarify that the Enuma Elish has lots of additional material. So we wouldn't expect to find everything in it in Genesis. We would just expect to find whatever we do find in Genesis in it, is his actual claim.
Word for word, remember?
Yep.
Word for word.
So for some reason, the author of Genesis left out all this cool stuff about God's mating and whatnot and just went straight to...
Billy doesn't think that this is in Enuma Elish. That's the funny thing. Billy has apparently never read Enuma Elish because he's about to describe it to us. We're going to see whether or not it... So whenever they talk about these guardian figure, whenever we end up with Lamu and Lahamu, we just need to know that they're guardian figures. We also have Kishar, one of the first children of Tiamat and Apsu, and she is the female principal and sister and wife of Anshar, the male principal, and then the mother of Anu, who is the divine personification of the sky. So now we have female principal. She can also be seen as an earth mother goddess. Her name also means whole earth. So, and her consort is the male earth father god figure. So we have salt sea, fresh water, guardian figures, the sky. We have Enlil is like groundwater, I believe. There are various things, right?
Timothy does raise a very good point here. He says, come on, they're exactly the same.
Yeah.
As long as you ignore everything.
Yeah. Inky, Aya, how about, I've actually never heard anybody say the Akkadian name aloud. I'm not sure whether or not it's A or E or Aya. I've always said it Aya in my head, but I'm not sure. Well, it's Aos in Greek sources, so it's probably Aya. But anyway, Enki, so he's a god of groundwater springs, right? And he's one of the Anunnaki. That will be important. That's just be important. Yep, that's just a generation of gods. Mumu is going to be another one. And that just means a creative force. And in addition to functioning as a name of a god, it's attested as a title of multiple other deities, etc., etc. And here he is portrayed as a servant of Apsu, uncommonly treated as a personified deity rather than a supernatural body of water. Now that's also important. So Tiamat still has her primordial sea features, but Apsu loses all of his freshwater sea features in Enuma Elish. So you guess what you don't have? You don't have two waters to be divided. You do not have dividing water from waters in the Enuma Elish. That's extra funny because you actually do have the idea that there was a primordial mound of earth that came up and separated salt water from fresh water in some creation stories of the Middle East. But you don't have that here in the Enuma Elish. It's a place where it does not exist, which is very funny. Very funny, and you'll see why it's so funny later. So let's actually look at this text. I pulled it up. Now I have to figure out where I hid it on my desktop. I'm very spoiled and have a large monitor, but I would love to have an even larger one. You can never have a monitor that's too large. That's what I believe. All right, here we go. Let me make this bigger. 1 second. All right, since we now know the names of all these gods, right? Mm-hmm. we can now like figure out what we now know what they're doing now that we know who they are, because I didn't want to just dump a big list of names on you that you had never heard of before we read the actual Enuma Elish. Now remember, what does Billy say about this? This is word for word found in Genesis. So it says, when in the height heaven was not named, and earth beneath did not yet bear a name, and the primeval Apsu, who begat them, and Chaos, Tiamat, the mother of them both, their waters were mingled together, and no field was formed, and no marsh was to be seen, when of the gods none had been called into being, and none born a name, and no destinies were ordained, then were created gods in the midst of heaven. These protective beings were called into being. So protective guardians first. Now you get the female and the male primordial forces, and these were created. And then they had a son, Ansu, and then Ansar and Ansu did something, we don't know what. And the god Anu did some stuff. And then we have Nudimud, who's another god who has a lot of wisdom, very strong. And then Tiamat, Apsu are still in confusion. They're troubled and in disorder. So now we have some chaos imagery here. And we have and the initial gods were what? Evil. Now, Billy Carson says that the initial gods are great and the later gods are evil. In the Enuma Elish, when he describes it in his really long rant, it's just too long to pull these pieces out of. But what he says is that, there's just this, this Christ consciousness, which is the primordial force, and that God is his frequency, and you can use it for power, and you can twist it to evil, but it's not evil. No. The origin here is evil. So then they go and have a big fight, and all these various things happen.
Mm-hmm.
So
clearly you're skipping over the part which is word for word identical. You're tricking us all.
They will smite each other. They're taking vengeance. There's going to be tempest. They're waging war.
Just for reference there, all those ... are missing from the text, right?
Yes, they're missing on the original on the actual tablets themselves. Yep. And they haven't found additional. Sometimes you find extra copies, and sometimes only little portions of copies, so you can fill stuff in. But here it's missing. So here is the exact same stuff, word for word, that's in Genesis. This is Tiamat, set up vipers and dragons and the monster Lahamu, and hurricanes and raging hounds and scorpion men, mighty tempests and fishmen and rams. They bore cruel weapons without the fear of fight. Her commands were mighty, none could resist them. She made 11 kinds of monsters. Amongst the gods who were her sons, and as much as he had given her support, she exalted Kingu, and in their midst she raised him to power to march before the forces, to lead the host, to give the battle signal. So big old fight, lots of fighting. Gave him the tablets of destiny, as mentioned before. More fighting. Then there's the second tablet continues on, and now Tiamat's being even more evil. Remember, who's evil? The original gods are evil. Evil she wrought against the gods, her children, to avenge Apsu, who was killed, right? Tiamat planned evil, how she collected her forces. The god unto Ea divulged, etc. And this Ea is Inky. So whenever Billy says Inky, this is Ea is Inky, same dude. So he's very unhappy. He goes to his dad's place, and then he told his dad everything Tiamat had planned and how she planned to destroy them all. And now we need to do some more war, big battle host, all this fighting, talking back and forth and fighting. More fighting. The neck of Tiamat thou shalt swiftly trample underfoot. So Tiamat and Apsu here tend to be more seen as gods who control water than water itself in this one.
Good one here from Nissan Attic. This is the part where Noah had to muscle all the vipers and scorpion men into the ark.
Something like that. So then Ansar talks to his minister. Remember, that's the primordial male force. And then I'm going to send you to the guardian spirits, male and female. There's going to be feasting and banquets, and then we're going to do all of this stuff. More battle preparations, tablets of destiny, etc., etc. And it continues on, and guess what? We get eventually is our buddy Marmaduke. And they're saying, oh, Marmaduke, you're awesome. We really, really like you. You're the supreme among the gods. You're going to be able to kill everything, and you're going to be the top dog. And amazingly enough, guess what? Marmaduke is the top dog, and they give him an invincible weaponry with which overwhelmeth the foe, to go and cut off the life of Tiamat and let the wind carry her blood to secret places. So he goes and he gets ready, and they've decided to arm him, and so he then wins. And he's the top dog, and everybody's like, wow, you're so awesome, Marmaduke. You're so amazing. We love you. And so now he does all of this cool stuff, and he fixes the stars of the zodiac, and he arranges the years into sections and into 12 months, for which he fixed 3 stars. And he set the station of other gods and great bolts on different sides. And then the moon god, that's Shamash. Is it Shamash or Shams? It's Shamash. Sorry, I mix up the different names and different languages. But Shamash, he caused the sign shine forth, and at night he entrusted him. So now we finally got a moon. There we go. And he commands him how long each is supposed to. Oh no, wait, sorry. Shamash is the sun god. Moon god is my brain's gone. Inanna's dad, whatever his name is. Anyway, Inanna's dad here is shining forth, and now we have the sun, who is Shamash.
So just pause for a second here, Mary, because we have Boom City TV. I don't get this lady mocking knowledge from ancient tablets. Well, technically, the claim we're examining is that this is word for word identical to Genesis. So what we're mocking is the idea that Genesis copies this text, not technically mocking what's in the document. Although, if you want to call this, ancient knowledge, go right ahead. But a normal person, this sounds like utter nonsense. Just saying.
Boomstar, sweetheart. Just because it's old doesn't mean it's true. This is a story of creation that involves mating and fighting gods in the dead body of gods.
And he is correct that the tablet is older than the Bible. Congratulations.
So what? The point is that it is not the same. Billy Carson lies when he says it is word for word the same. So,
so Boom City TV says Genesis doesn't copy this word for word. Well,
Billy Carson says he does.
But Billy Carson says it does. And I assume you're here because you're a follower of Billy Carson. So I'm very confused now as to what exactly
do you think that the universe is made from the bodies of dead gods who fought and mated and had other kids who are also gods? So they're all extremely impressed. And Anu, the sky god, is very, very impressed. And he kisses the bow, and they're very impressed. And they set, it's called the bow star in heaven. This bow is staying. Again, broken tablet. So Marduk heard the
Mark
word of the
Fish.
gods.
Mark Fish has pointed out that cave paintings are older than the Bible. Oh no, what are we going to do, Mary? Cave paintings are older. This shatters our faith in Christianity.
It's just very odd. Very, very odd. All right. So he now devises a cunning plan, and he comes up with the idea of making man. Now, Billy will claim in a moment that they do not make man from unliving things, but instead they genetically engineer apes to become men. Let's see what actually happens here, whether or not Billy is telling the truth. He says, my blood will I take and bone will I fashion. I will make man that man may, I will create man who shall inhabit the earth, that the service of the gods may be established and that their shrines may be built. But I will alter the ways of the gods, and I will change their paths together. They shall be oppressed, and until evil they shall something or other.
So I caught you, Mary. This is word for word identical in this story. This particular God creates mankind, and in Genesis, Yahweh creates mankind. Word for word identical.
So anyway, here they are doing what? Creating mankind out of what? The flesh or the bones and blood of Marduk. So
you could say that we are created in the image of Marduk. Word for word identical.
The substance of Marduk, actually. So anyway, Marduk is the most awesome. He is in the top. He has all of these great titles. He is totally cool. And he is the chief of all lords. And he's better than all the rest of the gods. And he is the Lord of the world. And
has the word Lord. Man.
Yeah.
All of these parallels to the Bible.
And then let all the names of Marduk
describe things that any creation narrative needs.
Yes, it is the Enuma Elish that I am reading. We are reading what Billy has claimed is word for word in the Bible. And also we will see all the things that Billy claims of this.
Oh, look at that. They got to be fruitful. As we all know, the Bible says be fruitful.
Yeah. So let the names of Marduk be held in remembrances. And this whole thing was like lots of names of Marduk and all of his wonderful titles and how awesome he is. So everyone needs to remember all these names of Marduk. Let the first man proclaim them and think about them and let them rejoice in him, the Lord of the gods, that he may cause this land to be fruitful and that he himself may have prosperity, etc., etc. And then there is the end of the creation epic stops here, and then there is kind of an additional text that just talks about the fight with Tiamat in more detail that's just added on. So anyway, this is what Billy has claimed Genesis copies from. Let me get his actual words. Literally, almost word for word, according to Billy. And I'm quoting Billy here. Literally, almost word for word. And again, I went through and told you who these different folks were ahead of time so that it would actually make sense when we ran into them. So
had a couple comments about Marduk and cartoon dog and whatnot, but completely different. Not word for word identical. That is Marmaduke. Totally different in every way. But if you find the word fruit into text, they are word for word identical, regardless of what the rest of the words are. That is the lesson we have learned today. All right. Let me take a super chat, or technically gifted memberships from Cheeky Shaky. And I don't know. Oh, it was down. Oh, no. We won't get the animation, but thank you very much for the 10 gifted reasoned answers memberships. Appreciate that very much.
And yeah, it is a little bit tedious to actually go through this, but The reason I'm doing this is because anyone who actually follows, yeah, Marmaduke was given all of those titles for destroying Tiamat. So who was Tiamat, good or bad? That is the question. So
I don't know what Boom City TV seems to think that he is arguing for. I mean, our only real point here is that Billy claims that this is the source of the Genesis narrative, and it obviously isn't.
Yes, and also he's about to claim all the things that it has in it, all of this ancient, intelligent wisdom. And he's also claims very specifically that no, there is no planet in this at all. In fact, Inanna, who is the only planet in the entire thing because she's associated with Venus, has not yet appeared, is not in the story. There is no Inanna here. So no, none of these are planets. They are gods. Tiamat was not a planet. She is the primordial salt sea. So no, Tiamat was not a planet. She's the salt sea. Now I have to call my husband because he may have just
So I think we are learning one thing very important about Boom City TV. They are, in fact,
the world's foremost experts
on something. What we don't know.
So we've read through this, and you see that there's no reference to any planets, none at all. The moon and the sun get born toward the end here, but that's all you got. You got a moon and a sun, and the moon has not had his daughter yet. So if you will play the next one, I am about to call my husband and find out.
Yep, absolutely. I'll get that next clip up here. Let me share my screen before I start playing it so that you can actually see and hear it. That might be intelligent. I don't know. You tell me. Of course, I could have done this in advance, but that would have required too much intelligence. So we can't have that. All right.
Religious beliefs.
Have you read the Enuma Elish?
Yeah, I've done lectures.
Do you mind? Sure. Do you mind summarizing the content of the creation account in the Enuma Elish for us?
Sure. The Enuma Elish is a very ancient text discovered in the Library of Ashurbanipal, and the summary of it is that it really gives us an account, which is crazy, an astronomical account of the creation of our solar system.
I like how he had to stall for like 30 seconds before actually starting to answer the question.
It talks about planets and moons gaining specific orbits around the sun. It talks about a huge planet named Tiamat, 4 to 6 times larger than Earth. Earth didn't exist at the time, according to the author of this text, which is pretty interesting. And then there talks about a nemesis of sorts. In the original version, it's called Nibiru, but in a more recent version, still thousands of years old, the name was changed to Marduk. Marduk is in the Jewish American Library, in the biblical text, in the Torah, and so forth. Very popular figure in ancient times in the religious books and text. Marduk wanted to be the destroyer, so Marduk is the one that during its next orbit towards Tiamat, crashed into Tiamat, destroyed Tiamat. A huge chunk of it swung away, recoalesced, taking the water, land, and organic material, which basically recoalesced as our planet here, Earth. And the rest of it broke up into pieces. Some of it turned into the asteroid belt. Other parts of it were thrown, and some were thrown towards the inner Oort cloud, towards the outer edge of the solar system. This planet, or this moonlet that orbited supposedly a brown dwarf, basing on the description of it, gained a very strange orbit around our sun. And we have the scientific evidence now also to match with NASA's data, where we see that Saturn and I believe Neptune switch places. Uranus is flipped on its side, and that's more evidence that something came through our solar system in ancient times and gravitationally really tugged at planets here and switched up their orbits and even pulled the axis of a planet on its own side, where the equator is now running north and south. So a little bit of modern astrophysics kind of backs up what this ancient text is saying. But the Enuma Elish also then begins to talk about the fact that these beings, it kind of cuts into the fact that these beings you know, are on Earth and at some point begin to engage mankind. In other words, they didn't create people from scratch, but they engaged the existing hominid and began to utilize us as workers for their workforce.
Our workers for their workforce. I guess he did. That part is the only, that last sentence is the only part that was even remotely in the story, but that's found in every ancient polytheistic creation account that human beings are created to labor for the gods. So I don't know how much credit you can get there. But there was no planets, right? There was no crashing. There were none of this, you know, oh, it aligns with modern understanding of the universe, except it's not describing the cosmology in any way in the actual text. So yeah, if you make stuff up, then you can make it align to whatever you want it to align to. Not very meaningful, though, if you yourself make it up to match whatever you want it to align with. Weird stuff. But, you know, we do have whatever TV, I can't remember, Boom City TV in the chat who thinks all this is like fact. And clearly all this is in the Enuma Elish. And Billy's point here, I think, is that, you know, this text has this amazing knowledge of how our solar system came about. So it must come from a super advanced alien society that wrote it and deposited it here on Earth or something along those lines, right? I think is what he's actually thinking. Now, he doesn't say that, but I think that's where he would actually go, because
he's arguing two things simultaneously. He's arguing that it's word for word taken from it, and also
right.
It has all of this deep knowledge. Well, here's the funny thing. He gets that Nibiru is the planet Jupiter because there is a gloss of the translation which is mistaken. It is just wrong. So if you'll share my screen, and it's also a location. It's not another name of Marduk. So only a person who really has poor reading comprehension, like our buddy like Boom City here, has very poor reading comprehension and listening.
I mean, Billy says everything's a planet, right? Everything in this, they're planets crashing into other planets and tearing stuff apart. And we got this comment from T. Roney that Billy Carson is the alien expert.
One of the world's foremost experts.
He go boom boom. No. It's not a he, it's a planet that goes boom boom.
So here, notice the stars are images of stars of the zodiac he fixed. So he created the zodiac stars, and they imagined them to be fixed upon a dome, right? They're glued on a dome in a certain pattern, and he did that. And he fixed 3 stars to divide the months. And then he founded the station of Nibiru and determined the bounds. Now, this is glossed as the planet Jupiter, but that has to do with an early translation, people not understanding what it actually meant and taking a guess. So let's find out what this actually means. Let's go.
Just real quick, a couple people have suggested that Billy isn't really making any of this stuff up. That
he's taking
other
it from other people.
Conspiracy theorists, and I'm sure that's true, right?
He's never read any of this. I really don't think he has read a bit of this.
The most popular seems to be Zechariah Sitchin.
Yeah, I think he's actually read that, but I don't think he quite understands that fully either. But yeah, that's where he's getting it from. He's getting it from Zechariah Sitchin. He absolutely is not reading this himself. He does not possess the reading comprehension ability to do so, which is why he read aloud things that refuted him last time, because he didn't understand that they refuted him. So Nibiru means crossing or point of transition, especially of rivers, such as a river crossing or a ferry boat. While the nature of this crossing in astronomy, what is this, has long been a source of confusion in scholarly and popular opinion, Emanuel Friedman analyzed the extant, that means existing, cuneiform evidence and concluded that the name may be assigned to any visible astronomical object that marks an equinox, and that is supported by cuneiform evidence. So basically anything that you see marking an equinox in the sky is called a Nibiru. So whenever it says that he set the Nibiru, it doesn't mean like the planet Jupiter. It means any of the visible astronomical bodies. He ordered all of them. So note that quite in reverse to Tiamat being a great planet or any of this nonsense. Actually, what it's saying is that the zodiac signs were set and then all of the planets were ordered by Marduk later on around the Earth. And again, this ties into this whole sun and and then after setting those, the rest of the visible planets and so on, the 5 visible planets, and determined where they are to move and how they move. So we get the zodiac first, stars of the zodiac, then we get the 5 planets that are visible from Earth with the naked eye. Then we get the moon and the sun, who are each gods. Now, the zodiac are not gods in that kind of way. They aren't like existing gods of that sort. But he's making the locations for all of these celestial beings of various sorts. They didn't worship like each individual star as an individual god. But nothing that appeared before are any of these planetary gods, because they've been pre-existent before these planetary gods were set up. And now here they are, the sun and the moon and all the rest of that stuff. And then one really special star is the bow star. So,
Mary, we're driving people who no doubt are already subscribed to Billy Carson to subscribe to Billy Carson. Matt just
well, it
says,
is really interesting to have people lie to you and tickle your ears. So if that's what you're interested in, and it looks like from your avatar that you would be interested in utter nonsense, you can go and be lied to and have fun being lied to and tricked. You can even
Matt
give him money.
Also wants us to know that we're the fakest group of Christians he's ever seen in his life.
And I'm sure he would know. He has that expertise.
So we're the fakest Christians in the world because we look at facts and say Billy is wrong in a very calm and reasoned manner. Got it. Thanks for your help, Matt Justice. I appreciate that. And by the way, Matt Justice, you'll notice that you're still here. You haven't been blocked and removed from the channel. When I go to Billy's live streams, I see comments pop up criticizing him, and then they disappear a few seconds later.
Weird.
Why might that be?
Oh, maybe because he's a coward, as well as being able to be folded up like a bookmark. So anyway, if you will, so again, all of this whole, there are all these planets and this and that and the other. It's not there. It's not there. None of this is here. And again, it's so funny that all this, that was Jupiter. And it's even crazier because he says that Marduk is Jupiter because he founded the station of Nibiru, which is glossed. That means the translator added this as an explanation and is wrong that it means the planet Jupiter. But even then, that would be a location for Jupiter. And somehow that makes Marduk Jupiter. That's because Marduk has no celestial association. He's not associated with any of the planetary bodies whatsoever.
You see, this is the proof that he exploded and became the asteroid belt. Something
like that. I mean, it's utter nonsense. You have to be so unspeakably gullible to say, yes, clearly this is about the exploding asteroid belt. Whenever they kill the goddess of salty water, that is an exploding asteroid belt or an exploding megaplanet that turns into an asteroid belt. Just such painful nonsense. All right.
So according to Boom City TV, we're actually missing the whole point of the Enuma Elish, which it wasn't our point to teach the doctrine of the Enuma Elish. But if you think it's about describing the origin of the planets, then you're pretty clueless about what it's talking about.
The actual point of the Enuma Elish is to say why Marduk is a top dog and Enki has given him control over the universe and why he rules. That's what the point of the Enuma Elish is. Why is Marduk top dog? Do you believe that Marduk is top dog over a bunch of other gods and killed a bunch of the gods?
I mean, he might. Who knows?
Then you don't believe in the Enuma Elish, because that is what it teaches. All right. I think we can move on to the next one. And notice that Marduk isn't the destroyer. He's the good guy in this, very much so. He's making all of this up because he wants you to believe that Yahweh is really Marduk, who is a destructive god who accidentally made Earth while trying to destroy sweet Tiamat. And he makes up a story where Tiamat is a primordial planet that gets destroyed and then the Earth is formed. All of this is nonsense. No astrophysicist thinks the big smash is now how the Earth is formed and all the other things were formed. Like this stuff is not what astrophysicists believe. And he's just making stuff up based on Zechariah Stitchin's nonsense. So again, Marduk is the good guy in this text. Tiamat and Apsu are bad. They are evil. They are bad. Marduk is good, the creator of human beings, which he created not from monkeys, as this goofball claims elsewhere, but is made from his blood and bones. He's the good guy. The bad guy are the beings that he killed. Creation was bad initially and made better by Marduk.
Songs of Relief says hashtag world's foremost expert.
One of the world's foremost experts.
Let's get some more from one of the world's foremost experts.
Mankind. In other words, they didn't create people from scratch, but they engaged the existing hominid and began to utilize us as workers for their workforce. In the Atra-Hasis epic, you see a much similar story. Slightly later date period, but still thousands of years old, the epic of Atra-Hasis. And we see a very similar story. And we see where the sons of God literally came down to Earth. They came from Mars, according to this text. If you read the translation of the planet Mars and to English. And then they went to battle. They were going to go to battle in South Africa against Enki and Lil and Anu. And they come to terms without going to battle. They argued that they needed women, human women, believe it or not. And they also wanted a workforce. They didn't want to continue to do the labor. They were cleaning out the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, digging canals, building cities on Earth, and according to the text on Mars, not according to me. And a decision was made by Enki and Anu and Enlil to allow this experiment to happen, where they would take the existing hominid here. They would slay one of the gods, meaning that they would, in my opinion, that doesn't mean that they're going to kill it, but somehow, some type of genetic modification or manipulation, in my personal opinion, that's my personal hypothesis. But in the end, it ends up being that human beings are now doing a lot of this labor and worshiping these people as gods, as they, my personal opinion, masqueraded as gods. A lot of stories there, parallel stories that you see in the Bible, even the Tower of Babel incident, and many other crazy stories that are in the Bible. You can find a lot of those true stories in the ancient text, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, where you can find the true story of Noah. They found the Noah tablet to give him instructions on how to build the ark. It wasn't a big boat. It was a round disc that he built with sections cut up on the inside like a pie. That was discovered about 4 or 5 years ago, I believe.
A round disc like a UFO? Is that what he's suggesting? Oh my gosh. Yes. I don't know how Wes does this. I don't know how he just sits there.
Look at how calm he is. Look at that face. I would not play poker with that man. Would you play poker with him? I would not play poker with that man.
All right, let's finish this segment.
Sleeps at the British Museum now. So there's a lot of text that's just been covered and copied over into the biblical text. And I think that, in my personal opinion, a lot of people are just became a cargo cult, worshiping people that were masquerading as gods. I do believe in God, by the way. Let me make this clear. I believe in God. I believe there's a creator of the universe. I believe that the mathematics, the quantum physics all proves that. The fact that we're here, I believe this universe is imbued with a divine energy and a divine spark that lives inside of all of us. I just don't believe that the God of the Bible is truly the creator of the universe.
All right, we'll cut it off there. So much stuff. So much. Oh my goodness. To dissect there. And I'm sure Mary will, but I just don't know. I just don't know how Wes manages to not break out in laughter.
Would not play poker against that man. All right. So if you want to share my screen again, we can look at the Atra-Hasis is how it's pronounced, not Atra-Hasis. Just like he is very gracious and calling it the Sinai Bible instead of insisting on calling it Codex Sinaiticus, so that Billy's partly disabled followers are able to follow along and realize that he is referring to the same thing. He calls it Atra-Hasis the way Billy does, so that his followers won't be confused later on. But it is, in fact, Atra-Hasis. Like, there's no... Why would you think that that's a long E sound? Anyway, the Atra-Hasis says that is an explanation of the creation of mankind. And we will see what it actually says, whether or not it talks about genetic engineering or any of the rest of that nonsense, whether or not it talks about taking man from living beings or not. So we start out, when the gods instead of man did the work and bore the loads, the gods' loads was too great. Now, here's a question. These are about the Anunnaki gods. Are they gods or are they human beings, like elevated human beings? They're gods. They're not aliens, they're gods. They're gods. The gods here, the gods are doing the work and bearing the loads and doing a lot of work. So,
and like I said, this element is found in dozens, if not hundreds, of creation accounts. It's one of the few things that is often shared, because the gods need a purpose, right? If you're inventing a story, there has to be some reason why the gods made human beings. Sorry, I meant humans need a purpose for the gods. And it couldn't be like because they love you or something like that. It has to be they need something. So the conclusion of all the humans that wrote these stories is, well, they must need us to do the work for them.
Right. And so these Anunnaki, they made the Igigi carry the workload sevenfold. So they're basically two different classes of gods. The Anunnaki are the upper gods, and the lower gods are the Igigi. And so the Anunnaki made the Igigi, these lower kind of gods, do all of the work. Anu, the father, that's the sky god again, remember? He's the king of what? Anunnaki. And already, by the way, the Sumerian stories had already talked about how Anu gave over kingship to Enki. And so it makes sense that Marduk would then take it from Enki. Like it's kind of built into these societies, the story of one god taking over from another. And a lot of these stories probably came into being whenever various people who had their own national gods conquered somebody else, and they want to make their gods top god, but still use the dominant system for the belief system. They're adapting to it, but they're putting their god on the top. Anyway, so these upper gods who are like the next level down from Tiamat and Apsu are the Anunnaki. And then the Igigi are the lower gods who have to do all of this extra work. And Anu, their father, was the king. The counselor warrior, and their counselor warrior was Enlil. Their chamberlain was Ninurta. The canal controller was Enugi, and et cetera, et cetera. Anu went up to the sky, and Enlil took the earth for his, and then they're not sure whether that's people or not. The bolt which bars the sea was assigned to the far-sighted Enki. When Anu had gone up to the sky, and the gods of Apsu had gone down below, and Enlil, I believe, was the primordial mound god. And Enki, of course, is the one who has freshwater springs, so he keeps out the salt water. And then now the Igigi have to do all the loads. They had to dig out the canals. And the Anunnaki are the gods of the sky, who are now making the Igigi, who are the gods of the earth, bear the workload. They had to dig out canals, clear channels, lifelines of land, and I'll do all those sorts of things. The Tigris and the Euphrates, who's doing this? These Igigi guys are doing this. So it's a huge pain, and they're going, hey, let's go and complain to the gods. This is too much work. We're going to fight with you, and we're going to fight over all of this work that we don't want to do. And Enlil is being besieged, and there's drama, more drama, and they argue with each other. How dare you come to my door? Talking to the servants. And he's demanding to know who's in charge of these people who are declaring war at my door. And they keep going back and forth on that. We've all declared war because we are sick of doing all this digging. The load's excessive. It's killing us. You're making us work too hard. Oh. And then Enlil feels sorry for them and his tears flow. So what are we going to do?
So obviously
there is not a picture of any of this on the Mind Temple, sweetheart. None of this has anything to do with the Maya, who are in a different hemisphere and have no idea about any of this. I know that you don't grasp time and space, but these are thousands of years apart and 10,000 miles apart. Mm-hmm. Right? Very far apart. All right. So they're going back, complaining. Now, so they keep complaining. And then finally they go, hey, the womb goddess is present. So the goddess who of the womb is present. Mm-hmm. Why doesn't she create primeval man so that he may bear the yoke, the load of the gods? So why don't we make some men to do some work? And so now we're going to let her create some offspring and let man bear the load of the gods. So they called her up, and then they went to the midwife of the gods too. And hey, womb goddess, be the creator of mankind. Create him so that he can do all the work and we can stop having to work so hard. So Nintu says, it's not proper for me to make him. Enki needs to make him instead. Because remember, this is an older one before Marduk takes over. So now it's Enki is going to be the one to make him. Right? And remember, our buddy Billy here says that Enki's a bad dude and that his work is evil. What is this? He makes everything pure. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Think he's a bad dude here? No, he is not. He is a good dude here. The goddesses and gods that he killed are the bad dudes. If he gives me clay, then I will do it. So he does all of the stuff. He's going to slaughter one of the gods. And now the goddess will mix clay with the dead god's flesh and blood. Then a god and a man will be mixed together in clay. Let a ghost or spirit come into existence from the god's flesh. Let her proclaim it as his living sign, and let the ghost exist so as not to forget the slain god. And then they slaughtered Ilawela, who had intelligence, and clay was mixed with flesh and blood. Do you see monkeys in here?
No, I didn't. But Marlene does have a point here, even though that's not the claim about this text. We moved on to another one. But this is actually basically word for word identical to the story of Pharaoh making the children of Israel.
Can everyone else hear him? Because he's really quiet for me all of a sudden.
Looks like I'm normal based on the monitor. So it must be you, Mary, that I'm really quiet for. But as Marlene was saying this, then you mentioned clay. which is basically making the bricks to build the pyramids. So it all fits together here. I think that this is word for word found in the book of Exodus.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the level that we're at here. So, and then again, we have this happening, and then all the great gods spittle upon the clay, and then he comes out. We've slaughtered a god together with his intelligence, and the work of the gods has been imposed on man, and now they exist. So, again. Nice. Again, there's nothing here about genetic engineering. There's nothing here about altering something that's already living either. You slaughter a god and mix it with dirt, but nothing about uplifting apes. That's nonsense. It's not here. And it's like,
So Boom City TV just keeps telling me over and over again that it or this or that is written on Mayan temple walls. It's pictures. You just have to look at them. You don't have to read them, blah, 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 blah. And I for the life of me, can't even figure out what this is, right? Or it is. If he's claiming that it's the story of the gods creating human beings from the womb goddess in order to make them work and make clay and all this stuff. Okay. Or maybe he's claiming something entirely different. We just don't know because he wouldn't even tell us what supposedly is on the damn wall.
No, it's just this picture. And no, it's not. They don't have the same creation story. And the Mayans had writing, honey. No, there is no picture of the story I was just telling you.
Okay, so he does say so. At least it was what you're talking about. So yeah. This is the story. So where can we find this picture of this entire long creation story that has multiple scenes, all kinds of characters, many events happening? A single picture on a Mayan temple gives all this information, apparently.
Yep. And so then you have all the people who are doing all this stuff, and then they make big canals to feed people and gods, and then the people got really noisy, and Enlil didn't like his noise, and he says there's too much noise. Now there was one Atra-Hasis whose ear was open to his god Enki, who would speak with him, and they're like, and he's complaining a lot about all of the noise. Now, what are we going to do? And this is going to be the flood eventually, after they continue talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. So here we go. Cut off the food supplies to the people. Let the vegetation be too scant for their hunger. Let Adad wipe away his rain. So they're going to actually starve them out with a drought first. So and then that and then finally, eventually,
on the bottom of the screen there, tablets of destiny.
Oh yeah. Oh wait,
Billy would be all over that. I'm an expert on ancient tablets, such as the tablets of destiny.
Is it showing the wrong? Goodness, I am sorry. I was showing the wrong thing the whole time. Here, bring it back. I was reading through the Atra-Hasis, and I won't go back and read through it again. But so eventually they build a temple for Adad.
Wait, hold on a second, Barry. That's even funnier, right? Because the genius Boom City was saying that what was on the screen is what was found in the Mayan temple, and you were actually
means what I'm reading, which is Atra-Hasis.
Different.
Yep.
And none of us realized because we were like bothering to read the exact words in front of us.
Yeah, because I was just going through it. But this does mean that people won't be able to see it later. But you can look up Atra-Hasis yourself and read the whole thing. So they and then people learn how to make the gods happy by giving them nice things. So then they feel guilty and they give back the drink and they give back water so that you can survive and don't wipe you out. And then there's even more. racket again, and they starve them out more with more droughts.
I guess I don't know if this is a joke or what, but
Oh my
I
goodness.
assume it's probably supposed to be serious.
It's got to be a joke.
You
It's
either
got to
understand
be
the
a joke.
pictures
You either understand the pictures of the Mayans. Sweetheart, Mayans actually have a writing system. So it's not just, yeah, they're like, they are very similar to pictographs, but it is a writing system that turns into words, and it has been deciphered. We can read Mayan writing. So it's
You
not
either
just,
understand the pictures or you don't.
yeah,
You
it's
either
not
know
just
about all the
words.
government work to brainwash you or you don't. There's no point debating any of this because none of it's based on evidence anyway. It's all based on our imaginations, which are infallible proof that there is a vast conspiracy to cover all this up. Got it.
Yep. And then we have them trying to get them with sickness. And then they don't know what this word is, so they don't translate it. Something's going to be inflicted on the people. And so there's going to be no grain growing, and all the women are going to die in childbirth.
That untranslatable word is what is pictured on the Mayan temple wall.
No, it's earth clamped down on her womb, so it's no grain. No grain will sprout. And none of their animals couldn't give birth either. So all of these things, and a lot of this is repetitious because it's poetry, right? And then they're really sad again, and then they go and they're reduced to cannibalism because of how terrible it is.
So just so you know,
And they almost all
Scully, the
spit out.
Hypno Skull, no one here claimed to be an expert on Mayan writing, but if you're telling
did.
us,
He
I
did.
mean, you kind
He
of did, right?
He just did.
Right, yeah. Because he's saying that, his interpretation, which he probably hasn't even seen the picture, let
No, I doubt
alone
he has. He's probably
had
seen
any
like
clue.
one drawing in here of an illustration or something, and he was told what to believe about it. And because he is a thoughtless and obedient person, he goes, I believe it. I'm not asking you to believe anything. I'm asking you to read along with me. This is in Sumer, which is on the other side of the planet than the Mayan people. And guess what you don't find in the Mayan creation story? Anything like this.
Huh.
All of this is not here. You have corn people, I believe, if I remember correctly. I haven't read it recently, but I have read it. But
And Scully, I don't claim to know everything, but I do request that you provide some evidence for your claims instead of just saying you either know it or you don't. I mean, are you just projecting? Are you saying you know everything? Is that what you're doing here? Hey, let's put it this way, Scully. If you provide me with how to find this image that you think is the proof of whatever nonsense you believe, I will call it up live, show it on the screen. If it's actually what you claim it will be, it doesn't really matter if I'm, full of myself and unwilling to look at the evidence. Everyone else will see it too. So why would you refuse to produce the evidence? Is it because you have no clue where this image that's in your mind that you saw once on a YouTube video 2 years ago came from? Is that why you won't give it to us? Do let us know.
Yep. And so then eventually, after a certain number of years when almost everyone was dead, they gave up, and then eventually got annoyed with them again and sent a terrible flood on them. And there aren't many details about the flood in here. It's partly smashed and it's just not very many details. But that's the rest of the story. It has nothing to do with anything there. And at the end, there's some curses against the people. 1/3 of the people will die basically at childbirth. So 1/3 of pregnancies will end in the death of the child. There will be a demon among the people that will then kill the newborn from like crib death, basically, and all of these various things to control childbirth and cause there to be fewer people. So there we go. That's kind of the end of this.
All
So
right,
yes, the Mayan calendar did indeed say the world came to an end in 2012. It counts backwards,
Well,
but it reset and count
technically,
backwards again.
yeah, technically, the cycle, right? The large circle outside the smaller one came to an end. But an actual Mayan belief would be that it's cyclical, so it just starts another cycle, not strictly speaking coming to an end. But it would have been a very significant day to Mayan people if they still existed at the time, for sure. And then nothing actually happened, of course, shockingly enough. All right, let's hear some more from
one of the world's foremost experts.
I don't know why sometimes I maximize the video and it gets all the way maximized. And other times it only.
I'm just curious when.
But whatever. All right. Had both things there, but now I fixed that. Let's go.
You say that there are not just parallels, but there's actual copying. Looking at Genesis chapter 1 and 2, where the creation story is summarized in the Bible, what are the actual kind of parallels there that you're looking to? Because as someone who's read both, I not only do I not find parallels, I actually, and this is the majority of ancient Near Eastern scholarship with me, think that Genesis chapter 1 is actually an apologetic against documents like the Enuma Elish. So what are the parallels there?
Separated the waters from the waters, for example. That's in the Enuma Elish, and that's also in the biblical text.
So Wes is correct that is, I would say, like a super strong consensus, but I think it's fair to say it's a consensus among actual scholars of Genesis that the narrative is references things found in these other creation stories, right? But to say they're wrong, right? To specifically speak against those narratives. In other words, it's aware of its cultural surrounding. It's not claiming to come out of a void and be words spoken up from on high, airdropped in or something along those lines. It is referencing what people believe and saying, no, you're wrong. This is what actually happened. So he's pretty accurate on that. And then he gives Billy the opportunity to give all his evidence of parallels. He comes up with one phrase: waters separated from waters.
But what's even better is that he only comes up with that phrase because he's repeating it back from Wes Huff. Now, what Wes said was that there are certain ideas that are kind of repeated, right? That ideas are repeated. But Billy goes, these are repeated words. And he'll even go so far, I don't know whether I said it then, he said it later. He said it later on that word for word is there. Those are the words that are there. That's word for word in the English. And the translation, no, it's not. Here, let me pull up our Enuma Elish again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I don't know what you're going to cover here, but since Marianne brought it up, that's the only thing you can come up with, and Wes talks a little bit about it. And then Wes says, sure, there's a couple phrases that are kind of somewhat similar. Earth was void, so waters from waters. And then he says, but what are you talking about? He's like, yeah, all that stuff, like waters from waters, and the earth was void. It's proof.
All right. If you'll share mine, you can look at me, do a little search, and we'll just see.
No, I won't.
We'll see whether or not it separates waters from waters, because what he has is separates waters from waters is identical, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's supposedly word for word identical.
So I'm actually doing a search, and you can't see it right now, but guess what? SEP. Can you hear the noise?
Yep.
That noise.
So it found, when you started over, it's found SE.
SE. And then I go P.
And it finds nothing.
Finds nothing. Let's try waters. from
Their waters were
you need
mingled
waters.
together.
We have two. We have waters. That's it. Waters. Bade them not to let her waters come forth. Waters initially mingled together. Where is the separation here? There is none. So again, this is
I mean,
funny
if they're
because
mingled, then they
they're
had to be
mingled.
separated, right? So
Yeah, theoretically at some point, and it's funny because again, like I said, there's a primordial mound that emerges and separates the salt water from the fresh water in some narratives of the of Sumer. That does exist in many of the narratives that I've seen, like, and they're not full narratives, they're like really brief references to it, but it doesn't exist in the Enuma Elish. And again, the other one, the Atra-Hasis, starts long past this point, so doesn't deal with it either. So there are no elephants on Mayan ruins, sweetheart. There are no elephants in the New World. You poor thing. Life must be really hard for you.
So apparently this is a part of the conspiracy. I'm not in this circle. I don't know all this stuff, but I looked it up real quick. So there's some curved structures and they claim they're elephant trunks. Therefore, the Mayans knew about elephants, which is just more proof that ancient aliens were responsible for all of this. Because they have curved structures, which are supposedly elephant trunks, even though they don't like have bodies or anything. Oh my goodness. Let me get these pictures here, right? Give me 1 second to share the. Oh wait, no, I got the full screen shared. So let me just pull that up. This is just such great evidence, and we have to look at it. You see this picture here. These are clearly elephants. Because someone imagines this is a trunk and this is a tusk.
This is part of the dude's headdress, sweetheart. No.
And I think this is picture of the same structure, but without it highlighted. And you would never imagine that there's an elephant here without the highlighting, right?
People imagine that's elephants with rider. Now at this point, they're just seeing things in clouds.
And then I assume that this is the actual 3D relief of the same thing here. And you can see it is in fact a human being that is being pictured here with apparently an elephant tusk above his head for no reason whatsoever. Yeah. Got it, Scully. Thank you so much for that evidence. Oh, and he, by the way, said in the room next to the elephant, which this isn't in a room. So
no, that's not in a room. Oh my! I just don't even know what to say at this point. Like, would you believe? You must have been just completely manipulated in elementary school and middle school. People must have had a great time with you because you would believe anything anyone told you.
Elephants. We go into the next clip.
Yeah.
I think Mary's losing it. She's like, I can't take anymore.
I'm disappointed in humanity. You disappoint me. And I've dealt with many people, but you disappoint me.
Let me get that shared again.
It's the details that make the difference. And if we're looking at not the superficial crossovers, but the actual themes and concepts of what it's saying, you don't have a creation within 7 days. You don't.
I'm not going to take the Enuma Elish and put it into the biblical text. There's certain words that they utilize that let me know that they copied it from that text. Like, for example,
so what words?
Separating the water from the waters, the void the earth being void. That information is literally just copied over. So it tells you that somebody saw that and said, let me add it to this book right here. Or let me add
Sure.
it to this.
So a couple things here, right? That might not be where I was supposed to pause, but I want to throw in a couple things real quick. One, he claims in his response that he was never allowed to get in a response to anything. Clearly just interrupted him to give a response to something. Two, he's totally changed his claim, right? He said that Genesis was word for word lifted from these other texts. Now he's saying, yeah, they copied a couple words here and there.
Well, phrases is actually, because again, separated waters from the waters. And oh, by the way, void, guess what? It's also not there. Now, chaos is, but it just describes Tiamat. Tiamat's chaos. That's what she is. She is a goddess of primordial chaos.
Scully Hypno is the foremost expert in elephants and Mayan.
One of the world's foremost experts.
So,
I mean,
no,
he probably knows
Scully,
about the same amount as
hypno
everyone
skull.
else, which is nothing because it's not a real subject.
The art of Mesoamerica does not have any illustrations of elephants in Mayan art because there were no elephants there. You're seeing things that aren't there because you're special and you want to believe these silly things. So you are extraordinarily gullible, and people have taken you for a ride your entire life and will continue to do so if you keep this nonsense up. Anyway, he claims that, again, word for word, certain phrases and things. And all he could do is repeat back some ideas, some general ideas. But again, they aren't copied across. Instead, the Bible has the antithesis of this. So the Bible is saying everyone believed at this time, and what most ancient people believed, is that the world was created from the fighting and death and bodies of different gods. And this is a very common pagan belief, not just in Mesopotamia, but in many places, that the world is made from the bodies of gods who fought, and some lost, and then things were constructed when they died. And they had lots of babies, and those babies fought, and various events happened. What you find in Genesis is the opposite of that. No, God is entirely alone and has no opposition in creation. God orders everything not by overcoming things, but rather because he was the only thing that there was. He is the eternal, and everything else is not. He does everything without opposition. He orders everything without a fight. There is no primordial subjection of the sea, because why? The sea is inanimate. God is the only actor in that section. He is the only one who does anything. It's God, and God alone by himself with no opposition creates everything on his own, just through his word, not through fighting, not through killing, not through overcoming, because there's nothing to be overcome. Now, there is a place in the Psalms where the kind of language of destroying and overcoming in creation is used, but it's applied to the Exodus. It's not another version of the creation account. It's the kinds of language that the pagans would use for their creation and the crushing of the of opponents and so on, that is used for the Exodus, where God was opposed by who? By the fallen angels, and yet are powerless. So he alone is powerful. They are powerless and easily overcome. That is the narrative. So chaos, disorder was not a force to be reckoned with for God. There was no opposition in chaos. God effortlessly ordered everything. So Billy is entirely wrong here and entirely incoherent, but that's never stopped Billy from saying anything, has it? So again, this does engage with pagan ideas, but engages with them to refute them, not to copy them or agree with them.
Just to clear things up for Jay's journey here, what does elephants have to do with this debate they're talking about? I mean, in theory, nothing, except Billy's supporter is in here telling us how wrong we are because of all the proof that the Mayans were aware of elephants, which
is somehow means that they also have the same story as in the Atra-Hasis, which is nonsense too.
Mm-hmm.
And
so here we go. All the pictures of elephants, right, that there are. They mostly are the
curved
same
decorative
structure over and over
elements
again.
are
And then we got
elephant
this, which is apparently an elephant. Very, very much looks like an elephant to me. Got it.
what are you
Another
talking
picture.
about? Elephants are often squared off with squared trunks with corners. Elephants are well known for the
Down.
corners in their trunks.
So this is that same thing again, close up. Oh, look, it's got an eye too, except the other one told us that this was the head, whatever. And then we got this thing, which I can't even imagine what the trunk is supposed to be here. And then we got
Anything
this, which
that's
is like
curved.
clearly pillars. If you didn't cut it off there and you saw all these went all the way to the ground, you'd clearly see their pillars. Oh, look, here's another picture of the same thing. Oh, clearly pillars. Yet they're elephant trunks. So yeah, lots of examples of the Americas picturing elephants,
which somehow means that they are. And just keep in mind how many thousands of years these are apart. Let me look up the exact dates. They're so far apart. 1 second.
Yeah, so this is just the level of their argument. What can you do, right? You see something that's curved. This is proof that they knew elephants existed, which is then therefore proof that they have the same creation myth, which is therefore proof that the creation narrative isn't a myth, and it's actually a description of how the solar system was created through scientific processes and natural laws, and the aliens coded it all into these books to prove that they are real, or
So
something along those lines.
The Neo-Sumerian Empire was the very last of the empires to use Sumerian as a language, and they basically revived it. And they were gone in they fell in 2004 BC. Now, Sumer began 3600, 3200 BC, somewhere around there. Mayan civilization began around 1800 BC, continued to AD 900. And a lot of those Mayan civilization images tend to be in the later part of that period. They tend to be, early classic, because this is the classical area that we're talking about. Starts in AD 250. So these are all AD buildings. It's AD 250 to AD 950 is approximately when you would find these classic era structures, which are the really huge, these supposed elephants and so on are all going to be from this classic period, which are approximately 2,000 years after Sumer ended, the last Neo-Sumerian dynasty, if you can even consider it to still be properly Sumer, because it was kind of artificial. So, and you guys just don't have any conception of time and space. These are 2,000 years apart. We found elephant bones that dated back to 1985 AD.
Thousands of years ago, when the Bible was written.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's so silly. It's so silly. You just go, oh, these exotic peoples. All right.
All right, let's go ahead and get the next clip. There was a couple more seconds of that one, but we got the gist of it.
Yeah.
So let's get the next one.
That makes it parallel to Genesis was this
I can't hear
like
anything.
supposedly discovered prior to? I'm just curious.
It wasn't discovered prior to the Bible, but it dates back long before the Bible was ever written.
Yeah. So let me just say this. So the reason why I say it's actually an apologetic against that is because the purpose of the Enuma Elish, which the Babylonians read every Babylonian New Year, was to point out the fact that the deities, and there's countless deities in the Babylonian pantheon, they actually come from the created order. So they're not outside of time and space. They actually come from the created order. And when they die in this battle, right, when Tiamat is defeated, the defeated gods become the earth and the sky and the plants and even you and me. And in that sense, the theme is that you don't actually have any purpose or end result, and you're not created in the image of God. In fact, in the ancient Babylonian system, only the kings were created in the image of God. And what we see that is counter to that is that even, sure, there's superficial, divided the waters, but we find that in almost every society and culture. That's not a parallel as much as it's just a generality. I would say what we see within the biblical account is that God purposefully creates. There's only one God. He purposefully creates, and then he creates, and it's good. And it continues to say it's good 7 times. And then at the end of chapter 1, just for, the thick people in the original audience, it says, and then it was very good. And then he creates humanity, not kings, but simply the humans that he creates in God's image. And they have purpose and meaning, and that instills them with this creation order. And that's not what we find in the Enuma Elish. In fact, we find the opposite in the Enuma Elish, is that the created order is not good. It's a mistake. And that you are not created in the image of God. And there's a reminder that regular people are not created in the image of God. So linguistically, Hebrew does have Semitic ties with Akkadian. It doesn't with Sumerian. Sumerian is a language isolate, agglutinizing language. But I would say, just with all due respect, the parallels linguistically are not there. There might be superficial kind of concepts that are there, but they're so superficial that we can find them in everything, in the sense of I'm in my office studio, you're in your office studio. That doesn't mean that that we're the same people or we're even in the same place. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I don't agree with that. I just see if I have all these texts out, there's a lot of different information that you can see. There's a lot of it's been copied word for word into the biblical text.
Once again, word for word.
Yeah, he just repeats the claim, right?
Yeah,
he's like,
he just repeats
yeah, that's fine. You say it's completely different, and that's fine, but I just know that if you put them side by side, they'll be word for word.
Which he has never done.
Yeah.
Which he has never done in his life. He's never read any of these. And what's really funny is, like, he simultaneously needs to claim that Genesis copies from this word for word, and also that this has all of this space aliens nonsense, which is not in Genesis somehow. So it's word for word, but completely different. Word for word, but completely different. All of these different things across the universe, they all agree. They're all, except for the Bible, which is the same, but completely different.
Well, you see that Genesis can't be the truth because it word for word copies from what is the truth according to Billy Carson. And therefore you shouldn't believe in the Genesis account, but you should believe in the Enuma Elish account, because when he makes up his own version of it, it matches his own version, which is probably also way wrong, of understanding of the consensus theory on how our solar system came about. Got it.
Yep. So I think we can move to the next one.
Yep.
So he talks about Sumerian cylinder scrolls, which is not a thing. You can't have a cylinder scroll.
Well, if you roll the scroll up, it's kind of cylinder shaped.
I think he got confused because he heard cylinder seals at some point, but didn't know what it was. But it isn't cylinder seals either. They're just larger cylinder seals. You'd roll across something to make a seal pattern, right? But these larger cylinders are just cylindrical chunks of mud with writing all around them, which is not
Okay,
the same
so
thing.
just to clarify, before
Yeah.
I play the clip, you're saying that they had like little circle things to put a seal, the mark of a king or whoever is writing the letter, right? And so people took that term and then it applied to other
No.
things that were round, even
No.
though they had
No.
nothing to do with making seals, right?
No, just Billy. Only Billy.
Oh, only Billy.
So
Oh,
Billy
he made
is
up the
calling
term entirely, is what
He
you're
made
saying.
up the term cylinder scrolls entirely, as far as I can tell. And I think he made it up because he once heard cylinder seal and it
they were
didn't really
similar
click
shaped.
right. And he just kind of mushed it together in his brain. That's just a Billy thing. I think
Gotcha.
Billy's just being
All right.
special again.
Let's hear the clip.
But what I figured out was that by going through the UCLA CDLI online cuneiform digital library, say that fast 10 times, I was able to take stone tablets and decipher them myself.
All right, you can pause it.
Yeah, well, you told me to play to 19, so I was going to play to 19. But
Yeah.
I assume that they slowed that down or something.
Yeah. This is from
He-
Sentinel Apologetics, and he slowed it down. I just grabbed it from there
Gotcha.
because I wanted to share that bit. But he also talks about multiple indexes, and he claims that he can totally read Sumerian, guys.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Billy
that
can
was the
read
real claim there, right?
Sumerian.
That was the real claim, that I was able to look at these reference texts
Well, let's look at
online, right?
yeah.
I went basically saying I looked at a dictionary online and I realized that they translated it all wrong because they're
No. He just said that he isn't even saying that they're translating it wrong. He'll claim that it's in there, that it's in the translations. He's just saying how smart he is.
Well,
that
then
he can
what's
translate
the
himself.
point of saying that he deciphered it himself if it matches what everyone says is in the text?
Because there are two different indexes, and only one of them contains a large percentage fully translated, and that is, and he'll reference both of them. He'll also reference the ETC SL at so he references both the ETC
Yeah, he
SL
did say that.
and the CDLI. And he's making a point that, oh, I can use a CDLI because I'm super smart and I read Sumerian. Such a blatant liar. Such a blatant, shameless. But if you'll share my screen, let's actually look.
Hold on a second, Mary. I'm just trying to understand. So he's just saying these things to try to impress someone. It doesn't
Yes.
actually have any
Well,
relevance.
he's going to say that and to clarify, he's making claims about the Anunnaki and how they're really human beings and they're from Mars and all the rest of this stuff. That all of that stuff is in these Sumerian texts.
Okay.
So let's
yeah, I get that. I get that part, that he wants to claim what these texts are about, but referencing the reference system, that was weird, but referencing the reference system, right? That scholars use, blah blah blah. That was just to impress you. That didn't actually happen.
That he uses these sources just like the Enuma Elish, and it's in his rattle off of things that agree with him. So the Enuma Elish agrees with him. The Sumerian sources agree with him. Now we're going to go to advanced search, and we will look for Anunnaki by doing this very lazily. And everything with TR has a translation. The stuff that doesn't is just usually a list of names, so there's nothing really to translate. So if you just pick one of them, guess what? It doesn't call them
Anunnaki.
Well, no, I mean, he calls them Anunnaki. That's what they're called. The Anuna gods. They're gods. Oh, what are they? But he says, no, they're not gods. They're people. They're people from Mars, right? Because people live on Mars. And Enlil addressed the
And they look
Anuna
like
gods.
ancient Egyptians, from my understanding as well. This is just a known fact that the people of Mars looked just like ancient Egyptians.
Apparently. So Enlil is talking to who? The Anuna gods. Great gods who are standing there. Anuna, who have lined up in the Abshu Unkena. My son, King Enki, has built up the temple. He has made Eredug rise up from the ground like a mountain. He has built a pleasant place. In Eredug, the pure palace where no one is to enter, etc., etc. So divine powers. It's all religious stuff. And I'm picking these at random. Anyone you want to pick, guess what it doesn't talk about? It doesn't talk about them being alien humans.
I'm
Not even
sure one
one.
of these. I'm sure one of these definitely talks about how instead of creating them from scratch, they took monkeys and modified monkey DNA.
And again, like none of this is here because he just lies. The
Oh,
Abzu, the power of the Anuna gods. Oh, let's grab another one. I'm just going around here.
yeah. Sadly, our Billy friends seem to
The
have left. I
Anuna
haven't seen any of their
gods.
messages in a while.
Yeah.
But if by chance there's a lurker here, please tell us the reference, the evidence, where we can find the proof of Billy's claims. We'd love to look at that reference. I suspect, however, you have no clue because Billy's never given one because there is no such reference. He just makes the claim. No one bothers to verify it. And if they did try, it wouldn't be easy. Without a reference, you can't just say, well, it's nowhere, right? You'd have to actually know every word in the text just to know that it's not there anywhere.
Yep. And then again, we have great divine powers of heaven and earth, Inanna. Your victory is terrifying. The Anuna gods bow down in prostration. They also abase themselves. You ride on 7 great beasts as you come forth from heaven. Great An filled your precinct and was frightened of your dwelling place. These are all religious texts. All of them are. So, and, let's find some. Where's the Anuna here? Head high, mighty and forceful among the Anuna gods. Shu Suin, Holy Anana made manifest, etc., etc. Like, that's all. None of the stuff is here. They just lie to you. And they assume that you will be too lazy or too stupid or too gullible to check it out yourself. Do not be lazy, stupid, or gullible. Check it out. So An, that's one of the gods, was overwhelmed. That's Anu, I believe, is the same. But I'm not 100% sure. It's been a while since I've read heavily in this. Crouched, wrung his hands against his stomach. Enlil groaned and hid in a corner. The Anuna flattened themselves against the walls, and the house was a fearful sighing as of pigeons. The great mountain Enlil called to Ninlil, my wife, my son is no longer here. What is there to support me, etc., etc. So more god drama, because there's often god drama.
God drama.
Yes.
And
all this is, it's just pagan god stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Standard pagan god stuff. The Anuna gods of heaven and earth set to work. Pick any of them. None of them say anything like these silly people claim. So,
Snoopy does raise a good point here, though. Stargate's been referenced a number of times. He says the Stargate people look like Egyptians, and indeed they do. The society or what that they discover in the movie is modeled off of ancient Egypt, and I suspect that whoever wrote the scripts was intentionally playing off of a lot of these conspiracy type theories, because this is nothing new, right? We're talking about Boy, but he's nothing new. These things have existed for a very long time. People have always been impressed by ancient Egyptian society and had all kinds of crazy ideas about it. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, going off the top of my head here, that the person who founded the Ancient Aliens movement wrote his book in like the 1970s. So definitely has existed. Definitely has existed, I believe it was 70s. While.
Yeah. And all of that is heavily based off of the nonsense of theosophy, which was Madame Blavatsky or whatever her name is, who made up a whole bunch of stuff, which is just Gnosticism 2.0. So anyway, the other one that he cited, which is in Berlin, not the University of California. I don't know why he thinks it's the University of California. It's the Tuna-a-form Digital Library Initiative. He somehow thinks it's the California something or other. But again, Billy's usual strong, powerful grasp of geography again is at play. And this is the entire digital library initiative that they have. And here are the compositions that they have with what? Narrative or mythological? Let's see what they have here. Nothing. Literally nothing. There's nothing that is narrative or mythological within this. And that's what he needs. He needs narrative or mythological. Now, there are a bunch of ritual and liturgical, which are basically just hymns to various gods. canonical lamentation, hymn, incantation, prayer, ritual, song of praise. That's what you get there. But you don't get any narratives. You get some royal praise poetry. Oh, nope, no royal praise poetry. What else have we got? We might have some, no wisdom or proverbs. So what you get, the only things that are here are ritual and liturgical hymns, prayers, that sort of thing. No narrative or mythological compositions within this. And yet he claims that is it. So
Very good.
yeah, Jay's journey, he actually checked up on this, and then he realized that it was just not true. Things can seem plausible until you check up on them. You're like, oh, this seems really deep. This seems plausible. And then you check up on it. It's just nonsense. Like, as you see, there are actual ritual and liturgical things here. 393. But in the mythological, none have been entered yet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, all right, we can.
Yeah, and I mean the elephants thing, that was a silly distraction by the Billy supporter in the chat there, but it actually is very illustrative, because that's exactly what all of these things look like when you actually look at any of the so-called evidence, if anyone bothers to give you any. You look at it and you're like, okay, if you use your imagination, sure, that could be what you claim it is, but it could be 1,000 other things as well. If they actually had elephants, why is there just one structure that looks kind of like an elephant if you use your imagination? And they're all like that. Every single one of these claims is exactly the same. Yeah, you take a couple words out of context, you can distort it to be some alien claim or whatever else you wanted to make. But if you actually read the whole text, there's no way in a million years you'd come to that conclusion. And the people pushing this crap are counting on you never reading the whole text or looking at the whole image or whatever else they are pushing. Let me take this from Jay Jones here. Listen up, that Bible was not for black people. So you can't take your Bible, so you can take your Bible and stick it. I know for a fact y'all be lying over 6,000 years. Know your time is over. Take your fake white Jesus and beast. Interestingly enough, Mr. J. Jones, the Bible does not refer to what we call race at all. It's almost like it wasn't a conception at the time the Bible was written. Yes, people had tribes, people had societies, they hated people from other societies, but they didn't have this concept of race. So there's nothing in the Bible to say it's not for black people. And in fact, one of the first Christians in the Bible is from Ethiopia. One of the major several actually of the major centers of early Christianity were in Africa. So I'm not sure where you're getting all of this unless it is out of your imagination. But thanks for saying we've been lying for 6,000 years.
6,000. Christianity is now
2,000 years old.
6,000 years old. Very interesting. And yes, in fact, the Ethiopian eunuch would be what color? Oh yeah, black. And the Jews, when they went to Elephantine, who did they find there? A lot of Nubians were in the area, and they heavily intermarried, and that's why you have Beit. Oh goodness, I'm going blank on what it's called. Beit Israel in the Ethiopian area from the intermarriage of the Jews who had gone to Elephantine, who did not convert to Christianity, unlike most of the Jews in the area. So most of the Jews in Sudan and Ethiopia, present-day Sudan and Ethiopia, there was no ancient Sudan per se, right? They converted to Christianity, but a few of them didn't. Why did they convert to Christianity? Because they believed it was for them. In fact, the second Christian nation was a black country, as you would call black, even though they did not categorize themselves together in such a way. And in fact, so we had Armenia, Abyssinia, aka Ethiopia. Then we had what? We had Rome. And then after that, the next four were actually more countries basically in Sudan, modern day Sudan, northern Ethiopia, the former countries that had been part of Nubia Whenever they broke apart, they all became Christian under their new leadership after their pagan king collapsed, because they had enough Christians within the society at that time. So yeah, and actually the Ethiopian eunuch was not from Abyssinia. He was from the Sudan area. He was from that area that as soon as the kingship fell, then they all converted to Christianity. So the area of modern day Ethiopia had a group of people within it, the Habesha or Abyssinian people, who were overwhelmingly Christian long before the Roman Empire was overwhelmingly Christian.
So point here is that Africa is instrumental to Christian history in its foundational stages. And I will add that Africa, in my opinion, is essential for the future of Christianity as well.
There are a
So,
number of
I
folks
don't know
there
why
who
you're
will
so
not
anti-black.
take the Western nonsense on several subjects. I was very, very pleased of the beatdown that the American United Methodists got at the hands of the African groups. Well deserved, because unlike the American groups, they can read their Bibles. Amazing. All right.
All right, let's continue with
the
the
next one.
actual subject here. So I think I'm pulling up another clip. Is that what I'm doing?
Yep.
All right, let me find the next one. All right.
We are
there we
at,
go.
guess what?
Oh,
The Emerald
best.
Tablets.
the best of the best here,
The
right?
best of the best. And it's all the way to 325. So this is going to be one of the longer sections.
Yep. Let me get this off of here so I can put this up, put in the new clip. Colors.
The first thing I want to do real quickly is I want to talk about the Emerald Tablet, because the Book of Hermes, or the Book of Thoth, or the Hermetic Tablet, which there is actually one that has been translated by Sir Isaac Newton, which is actually in the Cambridge Library in England. A lot of people seem to, well, you know, these tablets, I mean, do they ever exist? What's the credibility of them? I just want to give you a brief summary, a little bit about these tablets and how these Hermetic principles really originated. Not only did the Hermetic principles originate from this gentleman named Thoth, and I don't call him a god or a deity. He's a person just like me and you, just much more spiritually advanced and technologically advanced as well. But these tablets, they break down these principles, which we're going to get into shortly, but also a lot of religions around the world, many different religions, took from these Hermetic principles and created their system from it. You know, so they found a way to capture it, some of the essence of it, and turn it into a control system when it was really meant to be a system of freedom, to take the bondage away, unshackle people, unshackle your mind, and take yourself to the next level, even the next dimension. So I'm gonna read a little bit from this. This is actually in the book and also in the Emerald Tablets. The history of the Emerald Tablets is very strong and well documented. The original text is written in Thoth's Atlantean language. The version that I'll be referencing in this workshop is translated by Dr. Michael Doriel and can be found on crystallinks.com. A new translation has been recently published from the Arabic version of the Emerald.
I'm sorry, I'm not Wes. I can't just sit there this whole thing.
I know, it's so stupid.
Straight faced. Thoth's Atlantean language, huh? And the proof of this is crystallinks.com.
Well, that's his own site, I believe, is crystallinks.com, is where he's posted a bunch of nonsense I haven't even bothered to go to. But yeah, let's finish up the next 45.
I know. I
seconds.
just didn't want anyone not to be able to hear it because I was laughing so hard.
Tablet, and it's called the Book of Causes, written by the famous Thomas Aquinas. So Thomas Aquinas was inspired by these Emerald Tablets. He's like,
does he ever say anything right?
No, it's Thomas Aquinas for those who can't read the text, but he calls it Thomas Aquinas for Thomas Aquinas. No, he can't say anything right. Well, he doesn't get any of this right either. This is where I'm convinced that Billy's reading comprehension level is at about 5-year-old level, and I will explain why in a second, because he mingles everything hysterically funny here.
Yeah, so I was like, who the heck is Thomas Aquinas, the famous scholar Thomas Aquinas? Because the words are actually off to my side, so I look over. Thomas Aquinas, okay. Man.
Like I was, to write a book, and his book is called The Book of Causes. Very good book, you should check it out. A translation by Sir Isaac Newton was found among his alchemical papers, currently housed in King's College Library at Cambridge University. Philip of Tripoli also translated the Emerald Tablets in 1240 AD. Also, a famous version called The Book of the Secret of Creation and the Art of Nature was written by him in 683 AD. So this goes way back, guys. He was also inspired by the Emerald Tablet too.
I'm sorry, but who? So Philip,
Just keep going. I will explain all of this in a second. We're going to get through his
he
nonsense.
seems to be saying that this is the same guy, right? Right at 1240.
Yes, and 683, because again, Billy can't comprehend like time and space. So Billy thinks that he wrote a famous version in 683 AD and also translated it in 1240 AD, because this is the level at which Billy is operating.
Oh my goodness.
Write a book as well. These are very famous people. These aren't people that you would just say, oh, this average person that's just walking around the street. No, these are people, real scholars, real scholarly, affluent people. A famous author named Roger Bacon was accepted into Oxford University at the age of 13, also translated and wrote a version of the Emerald Tablets. He was an English philosopher and friar who placed considerable emphasis on the study.
Why does he say translated and wrote? It's one of
It's so weird, because he doesn't understand how translation works, because he barely grasps English.
I guess. Good thing this isn't that garbage British.
Of nature through empirical methods. In the early modern era, he was regarded as a wizard and partly famed for his story of the mechanical necromantic brazen head that he built. He is sometimes credited since the 19th century as one of the earliest European advocates of the modern scientific method, and was inspired by Aristotle and later scholars, such as Arab scientist Al-Hazen. So we're talking about, these are really important people in history that have accessed this information and was inspired to make and create works about them. So just to let you know, this is just
to let you know, this is legit, guys. Because I put famous people, sorry, I'm giving him too much credit. Some other conspiracy theorists tied all these names together. Billy took a bunch of unrelated things, tied them together, and doesn't even know that he's saying word salad nonsense on this slide. I believe that is the accurate summary of what we have seen. Let's get over to Mary here.
All right. So here he is deliberately, or just because he is just not that bright, he can tell me which it is, confusing two different things. One things are the Emerald Tablets of Hermes, and the other is the Emerald Tablet of Thoth. These are two different things. So the Emerald Tablets of Thoth were something that was made up by a dude in 1930, have zero contents that are the same as the Emerald Tablet of Hermes, the Hermetic text, but was named after them. So whenever he goes, there's all these things, they're all called the Emerald Tablets, so they're the same thing. That, again, is at the same level as Muhammad thinking that the sister of Aaron is the mother of Jesus because they both have the name Maryam in Arabic, right? It's the same name, so it's the same thing. This is all the same thing. It's all these sort of things. They're all the same, and it's really ancient and stuff, and it's Atlantean. No. So it was found inside of within a text that was written in Arabic originally, and the version that appeared in the West came from this book, the Secret Book of Secrets. And yes, it does have that dumb of a name in Arabic too. Notice how it's the same consonants rearranged. So it really is the Secret Book of Secrets. This had a passage in it which purported to be from something more ancient, super ancient, and claimed to be from something super ancient. Now, this excerpt from this book was translated into Latin by people including Philip of Tripoli around
Wow.
1243 into Latin, not wrote his own, but he translated in Latin from the Arabic in various books that appeared. Now, note, other translations tablet may have been made during the same period by other folks. And the date is uncertain. 800 has been suggested because because of who it was attributed to. But that is really the earliest possible date, because it's almost certainly actually not from the person it's attributed to, because the guy it was attributed to is a guy that you just attribute everything to if you want your work to be taken seriously. And he died in the first decade of the 9th century. So it most likely is from after this point, isn't from him. It's not clear when the tablet became a part of this work, the supposed tablet, like the text from it, may have been even later. Holmyard was the first to find an early Arabic version in what? A different book. It's an excerpt in another one, which was, again, attributed to Jabir, which both of these, I believe, are contributed to Jabir, who was the guy who died in the first decade of the 9th century. Then another version was shoved into the Book of the Secret Creation and the Art of Nature, which Billy got really massively confused about and attributed to Philip of Tripoli. No, this is a different Arabic book that has it inside, which is later, which is also known as the Book of Balinus the Wise on the Causes. So guess who never wrote a book called On the Causes? Thomas Aquinas. So he's recommending us read a book that does not exist and was never written by Thomas Aquinas.
Oh my goodness gracious. But it's called the Book of Secret Creation and the Art of Nature. So clearly this is the secret knowledge of the universe and stuff and things.
One of the world's foremost experts.
So again, these two books are the same book and they're Arabic, both of them. Neither one of them are in Latin. Neither one of them were written by Philip of Tripoli or Thomas Aquinas. So now Roger Bacon did actually translate Philip of Tripoli's book from Latin to English, and Isaac Newton did own a copy, but none of this has anything to do with the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Now let's look at what the actual contents. I like that. Amazon told me Aquaman was in the Gnostic text. GBT confirmed. So let's look at what the actual contents of this sucker was. So
sorry. So this is the Arabic text.
Yes, this is the Arabic text
attributed to Hermes.
Claims is the same thing as the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Now, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, he does describe, I think, fairly accurately, although I'm not going to read them because they're really stupid. Because it was made up by a guy in the 1930s.
Something written in the 1920s obviously has 30s, no bearing on what happened 50,000 years ago.
Exactly.
So no point in really reading it.
So we can read this text because look how long it is. This is how long the original
Wait, that's
one
the
is.
entirety of
it. That's it.
Lines?
It's just this little paragraph, which is within something else. So,
all the secret knowledge of the universe, guys. Yeah. Now, I know that if you read more than one paragraph of text, it gives you anxiety, but go ahead, calm yourself down, because this is the secret knowledge of the universe and it's only a few paragraphs.
All right. Balinus mentions the engraving on the table in the hand of Hermes, which says, truth, certainty, that in which there is no doubt. And again, that in which there is no doubt, you know that this is post-Quranic and it's from a Muslim. Like these phrases are very Islamic. That which is above is from that which is below, and that which is below is from that which is above, working the miracles of one. As all things were from one. Its father is the sun, and its mother is the moon. The earth carried it in her belly, and the wind nourished it in her belly. As the earth which shall become fire, feed the earth from that which is subtle with the greatest power. It ascends from the earth to the heaven and becomes ruler over that which is above and that which is below. And I have already explained the meaning of the whole of this in 2 of these books of mine. That is the contents.
So why does it go from 8 to 14, Mary?
I have no idea. Do
And
not
there's no
ask
6
me.
either. It goes 5,
Yeah.
7, 7A, 8,
7A,
14.
8, 14. Yep. And here is another version, which is translated from translated from Arabic through German into
Oh, that's probably
English.
why it's numbered that way, to correspond with longer versions.
Oh, that is probably it. Here's that which the priest of Sagittarius of Nablus has dictated concerning the entrance of Balinus into the heaven chamber. After my entrance into the chamber where the talisman was set up, I came to an old man sitting on a golden throne, who was holding an emerald table in one hand. And behold the following, in Syriac, the primordial language. Oh, I thought it was Atlantean. Was written thereon. Here is a true explanation concerning which there can be no doubt. It attests the above from the below and the below from the above, the work of the miracle of the one, and the things from this primal substance through a single act. How wonderful is this work! It is the main principle of the world and is its maintainer. The Father is the sun, its mother is the moon. The wind has borne in its body, and the earth has nourished it. The Father of the talisman and the protector of miracles, whose powers are perfect and whose lights are confirmed. A fire that becomes earth. Separate the earth from the fire so that you will attain the subtle as more inherent than the gross with care and sagacity. It rises from the earth to the heaven so as to draw the lights of the heights to itself and descends to the earth. Thus within it are the forces of the above and the below, because the light of lights within it, thus does the darkness flee before it. The force of forces which overcomes every subtle thing and penetrates into everything gross. The structure of the microcosm is in accordance with the structure of the macrocosm, and accordingly proceed the knowledgeable. And to this aspired Hermes, who was threefold graced with wisdom. And this is his last book, which he concealed in the chamber. And then 12th century Latin, we have another actual legit versions. They're fake versions too, by the way, in addition to this, which is basically the same thing. Again,
so just to clarify, you mean like 20th century, 19th century versions?
Yeah, there are very recent fakes, but this is the 12th century Latin, which is basically the same thing. Truth, thought, falsehood, certain, most certain. What is above is like what is below, etc., etc. More about the fathers and mothers, sun and earth, and gross and fire and capacity, and receive the glory of the distinctiveness of the world. All obscurity will flee from you. This is the whole most strong strength of all strength, for it overcomes all subtle things and penetrates all solid things. Thus the world was created. From this comes marvelous adaptations of which is the procedure. Therefore I am called Hermes, because I have 3 parts of the wisdom of the whole world. And complete is what I had to say about the work of the sun, from the book of Galiani Alpha Chimi. And then...
Hold on, Mary. I don't know if Jack is psychic or what, but he said incoming reference to sun sailing in a muddy pool. And then that version had the sun in it. Jack might be a prophet.
Yeah, and here's Isaac Newton's translation. 'Tis true without lying, certain and most true. That which is below is like that which is above, and that which is above is like that which is below. And do ye miracles of one only thing. And as all things have been done and arose from one by ye meditation of one, so all things have their birth from this one thing by adaptation. The sun is its father, the moon its mother, etc., etc., etc. It's not any different, and that's all there is to it. It's this quite short one chunky paragraph,
between all the versions,
and then this one is just a lie. Everything after this is made up.
Okay.
Allegedly from the
all the
Phoenicians.
versions,
So he just makes that stuff up and alters it because people start mucking with stuff immediately. But it's not even all that different either.
Yeah, slightly modified, right? So between all the versions, it's numbered through 14, but some of them there was extra text. So maybe like 16, 17 sentences in total between all.
Who ate the apple?
Versions. And my understanding from Billy, and I know he's highly reliable, is that this text contains secret technology that will allow us to teleport to other planets and have faster than light space travel and all kinds of stuff like that, if we just take it seriously and really study it for what it's worth.
Yes,
That's what I'm told.
That's what he says. And then he goes on about Roger Bacon and just confuses a bunch of things. And again, this is where it really strikes me that he has poor reading comprehension. So Billy cites legends 300 years after Roger Bacon lived as if they were fact. And he has the reading comprehension of a goat. So he is, in fact, the goat. He is a goat of reading. So again, this is from, I think that he actually got this from Wikipedia, and I think he just didn't understand it. So by the early modern period, the English considered him the epitome of a wise and subtle professor of forbidden knowledge, a Faust-like magician who had tricked the devil and was able to go to heaven. So these are all these embroidered legends concerning him. Of these legends, one of the most prominent was that he created a talking brazen head which could answer any question. So this is just a legend. And Billy's like, yeah. And then they knew that he had this thing. It was a brazen head. And he was like a wizard. Anyway, it appears in...
Wait. So I have Billy's slide in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
The story of his mechanical or necromantic brazen head, but the actual legend doesn't claim that this is mechanical, right? It claims that it's like a biological.
No, it's brazen. It's made of brass, so it is mechanical.
Okay.
And
so he made a robot, is what the legend is.
Basically, because it was in the early modern period, the first mechanical, really intricate mechanical clockwork objects were being created for the delight of people and things. And so the first stories about essentially androids were beginning to circulate and come from this period, because that's when these first little robot, it's what we have now in cuckoo clocks, basically, right?
Yeah, I was going to say,
mechanical
like
figures
a child's
are created
wind-up toy,
to be
right?
wonders, right? And so this is being projected back into time. And so then they claim there's a fictional count that had an elaborate version of the story. And then there was a stage play that has a really fanciful, it's old science fiction story that had an Elizabethan comedy that incorporated this. And so, we have all of these stories. They're legends hundreds of years later. And Billy's like, you should listen to this book, The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, because Roger Bacon made a translation of the Emerald Tablet of Hermes, and he had magical powers.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Mary, I thought of a book that lots of famous people have translated, way more than the 5 or so on this. Like, say, the Gospel of John, for example.
Well, then that can't be true. But if something's old and has been translated a lot, it's true. If it has the same name, it's the same thing. So the Gospel of Mark is the same as the Gospel of John, because the only stuff that's different is the words after the of. Just like the Emerald Tablet of Hermes must be the Emerald Tablet of Thoth. So
no, hold on, I wanted to get this out here. So Misha says the Emerald Tablets are stored in one of Billy's air conditioning units, and then the follow-up was maybe that's why one of them isn't working.
Nice. Man,
Atlantean language, I mean, Thomas Aquinas and Isaac Newton and Philip of Tripoli and Roger Bacon, they know the Atlantean language, right?
Yeah, they all translate from the Atlantean language, apparently. Oh my goodness. This is just... So the Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean, if you just look this up on Wikipedia, the first line is not to be confused with the Emerald Tablet, a 1-paragraph long Hermetic text. Not to be confused with. Not to be confused with. What did our buddy Billy do? He confused it. And again, I am not convinced that this is malice. I think he might actually be this stupid, given what he said about Thomas Aquinas and Roger Bacon. He might actually be this dumb. Guys,
That-
don't
that's
listen to
so
some of this time, please. This is just embarrassing.
Not to be confused with. So for those who are not like super familiar with Wikipedia, that happens a lot, right? Where two words sound similar. There's a thing at the top that says not to be confused with. But it's so funny because Billy literally confused these
Confused
two
them.
things.
And used one to justify a belief in the other, although he did not explain why the first one is legitimate. He's like, oh, I go off the translation of Doriel, Maurice Doriel. No, it's not a translation. He made it up. So anyway, the book Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean was authored in the wake of the Theosophical movement arriving and the rising popularity of fictional tales of H.P. Lovecraft. So it's a combination of Madame whatever her name is, Blavatsky, whatever her name is, her nonsense, her neo-Gnostic nonsense, together with Lovecraft, H.P. Lovecraft, the fictional horror writer. It was written by Maurice Doriel, who published it in 1930, around the same time that he founded a cult, the Brotherhood of the White Temple. So he wrote a book and founded a cult. He claimed that this was these were tablets that he revealed to him in a pyramid that he alone was able to translate and magically disappeared. Thaddeus, does this remind you of anything?
Yeah, I was about to say, was he friends with Joseph Smith by any chance?
Yeah. Blavatsky. Thank you for the people who actually wrote down her name because I could not remember it. So yeah, it was just, he's like, oh, I work for Joseph Smith. I'll try out the same lie and see if anybody else is dumb enough to believe this.
Wait, so he actually knew Joseph Smith?
Well, no.
Oh, no. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood what you said. Yeah, I got it.
No, it's like almost exactly 1 century later, by the way. But it's like, seriously. So, works that inspired Doriel in particular were the Dunwich Horror, what's that? That's a story by H.P. Lovecraft, and Hounds of Tindalos by H.P. Lovecraft, as well as two fabled occult Egyptian texts, the Emerald Tablet and the Book of Thoth, which are actually referenced in H.P. Lovecraft. He didn't even bother to look up the Emerald Tablet.
So let me get this straight. This genius, like he's trying to found his new cult, copies from contemporary short stories.
Yes.
While claiming to have this ancient document.
The Book of Thoth is written in several stories by H.P. Lovecraft, most notably Through the Gates of the Silver Key, where it is linked with Yog-Sothoth, an entity worshipped by sages and magicians. So anyway, the very significance there. His work was extensively used by David Icke, a promoter of the reptilian conspiracy theory, because it is related to that. So here are the supposed...
Yeah, let me just get this from Sakma real quick here. Muslim in the chat, apparently, because they came in and said Allahu Akbar. But when challenged, they said they are illiterate. So apparently they know how to write, but are also illiterate. Very interesting, self-contradictory ideas, much like Islam. That's all I want.
He says, it says that Moses is God. No, it says, you shall be God to him. It does not say, you shall be God. So apparently he really is illiterate because he can't understand metaphors. That is not very different from his God, Allah, who's very poor at metaphors because his sock puppet controller was very poor at metaphors. So Allah is constrained by the limitations of our buddy Muhammad. If Muhammad couldn't understand it, then Allah couldn't tell Muhammad about it and often didn't understand it himself.
Yeah, strange how that works out.
No.
Ryan here says he's on Team Thoth, which is very good since we all know that the New Testament, or maybe the entire Bible, is a little unclear which Billy meant, was written by followers of Thoth. So since we believe in the Bible, we are definitely on Team Thoth.
Something like that. Anyway, so here are the various contents of this nonsense. And he claimed that this is a translation of a set of tablets he found in the Great Pyramid of Giza, which magically disappeared.
Oh, weird how these tablets
magically
always
disappeared, so nobody else could check him that he somehow was able to access the Great Pyramid of Giza. Nobody else has been able. They all went in there, but they didn't get these tablets. Only he got the tablets when he went in the Great Pyramid.
Yeah, that's a good point, isn't
Super
it?
special.
That pyramid was looted and excavated hundreds of times before 1920.
But aliens came and brought it to him. So, and then here, you could just go on Reddit, get some basic information. He was a 20th century American occultist who claimed to have discovered emerald tablets of Thoth the Atlantean during a trip to Giza in 1925. The 20s were the peak of occultism. Much like the New Age movement in the later half of the century, the interbellum period was rife with individuals seeking meaning and interbellum meaning between the two wars, the World War I or the Great War and World War II. Seeking meaning by exploring spirituality, but with seances, fortune tellers, and a general open-mindedness towards supernatural phenomena that we would consider to be emblematic of extreme gullibility today. One would wish, but no. The ideas that they were exploring had been established in the preceding decades through the likes of Aleister Crowley and the Theosophical Society, among many others. It dovetailed neatly with the rise of illusionists, that is, stage magicians, who were themselves riding the tail end of the 19th century Orientalist movement. To answer your question in abundant clarity, no, there's absolutely no chance that a single scholar discovered and single-handedly translated documents that were 38,000 years old. The oldest writing that we have is at best 6,000 years old, and that's pushing it, calling that writing. So such a claim would require extraordinary evidence to validate it. No museum has ever laid eyes on such artifacts. They're not documented in any academic publications. If you perform a web search for the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, you'll get few hits from university libraries, but these are just collections with copies of Doriel's books, typically categorized alongside other pseudoscientific topics and modern sophistries like Eric Donican, I can't help but wonder if Doriel took inspiration from Joseph Smith, who also claimed to have discovered a sacred text that he alone could translate. Like Smith, Doriel had his own new religious movement founded on his capacity as a charismatic prophet, although they were perhaps somewhat less optimistic about the future than the Mormons, believing as they did the nuclear war would bring about the end of the world in the early 1950s. Finally, I should like to point out that many of the things Doriel reportedly found were not even that original. He most likely learned of the notion of a hollow earth from Edgar Rice Burroughs' Plutarch series. This is science fiction, which was in publication at the time. Flying saucers and reptilian aliens were already a topic of science fiction novels, and the concept of a sacred emerald tablet originates with the text called Tabula Smaragdina, which is what we had just read before, which is at most 2,400 years old. Which is at most, she should have written 1,400 years old, but probably only about half that. It is solely concerned with alchemical purification of the soul. Like everything occult, it's also utterly bogus, but you might get a trip out of it if you can suspend your disbelief, etc., etc. Doriel most likely thought he could convince people that he found the original or complete volume from which that tablet was derived by combining its contents with ideas relevant to the popular consciousness of the day. This is a theme that is repeated over and over again in cults and hoaxes, from the OT8 text of Scientology to the word choice of Marshall Applewhite and Heaven Gates initiation tapes, as recycling was a new big thing at the time that these were recorded. Most pseudo-archaeologists, cult leaders, and other con artists will lean heavily on things their audience has heard about because it makes the message feel immediate and present. It's also something of a matter of thrift. There's no point in building an elaborate mythology from scratch if taking shortcuts by borrowing other material is just as effective. To find truth, you must first embrace disappointment. So,
So just real quick here, summarizing this. So basically, you got a guy coming along in the 1920s, founding a religious movement based on his supposed finding of these 50,000 or 40,000 or whatever year old tablets in the Egyptian pyramid, which is probably one of the most well excavated sites in the entire world, but he alone found them. Then he did actually, as near as I could tell, provide any explanation for why he doesn't actually have these tablets. They're written in a language that apparently is 50,000 years old. Somehow he managed to decipher that, even though professional linguists can't crack ancient languages. basically ever without having at least a couple sentences of known text, like from I'm thinking Rosetta Stone here, but other examples where this huge volume of text suddenly becomes apparent what it means because a couple sentences are able to translate, and then you can figure out the rest of the words. But starting from nothing,
the only way you can do it if you start from nothing is if you can figure out what language it is and you already know the language.
Yep.
So, for example,
Because
some of the linear
is,
Mycenaean texts have been recently plausibly decoded because they're like, oh, this is Greek, and they were able to actually decode it by figuring out what they meant because they knew it was Greek. But if you don't,
so the problem is,
but Atlantean would be totally unrelated to any other language family whatsoever. So nobody would have this capacity. But it's magic, right? It's magic. So.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So just for illustration, right? So you take an English text and you systematically change every word. If you know that it has English grammar, English words, you can figure it out because you know exactly how it works. But see, the problem with an unknown language is you don't know the grammar. You don't know if it uses articles. You don't know if it's what the word order is. You don't know what's a noun, what's a verb. You just don't have anything to start with. So it's virtually impossible to decipher what the text means. And the irony here, Mary mentioned she said the linear languages. So linear B is has known translations. Linear A is the most famous on-cracked language, suggesting that they might be getting close to cracking it. But if there is any truth whatsoever in the Atlantis legend, that would be the closest or the most plausible scenario is that the Minoans are related to Atlantis. And hey, there's their language. So why are these tablets being able to be translated from Atlantean when we don't know what linear A, how to translate linear A?
Yeah. So it's complete nonsense. So got a little bit more of the reply that Wes made to one of Billy's other statements. You'll need to mute as soon as Billy stops talking because Wes is going to bring up something that's copyrighted, and either you or I can read Wes's words aloud so that everybody can get it, but we need to mute because otherwise we will get copyright claimed.
All right. Yeah, I see which one you're on.
The short. Yeah.
Yep.
Whoops, can't see it.
I haven't shared it yet.
Okay. I can hear it, but nobody else can hear it, probably.
Well, no, you could hear that, but it wasn't anything of any relevance because it was just the Emerald Tablet thing replaying. By the way, I actually did intend to ask, what is this image exactly? Where did they get that nonsense
I
from?
don't even know, since nobody has this Emerald Tablet.
So maybe this is just like an artist conception or something.
Yeah,
that they all just share the same image.
They do.
All right.
God is not supposed to be singular in the Bible. It's plural in all cases, gods with an S.
So Billy continues on his quest to prove to anyone who actually understands the biblical languages that he doesn't understand them. The ending im normally indicates a masculine plural in Hebrew. So Elohim, at face value, looks like a plural version of the word El.
I said you had to mute as soon as you started talking, or we're going to get totally.
I thought you said as soon as he stopped talking.
No, as soon as Billy stops talking.
Well, whatever. I can actually. They now have a thing where you can remove the song. So if that was the concern, no big deal.
Yes, that's
anyway. So we got it there.
Okay.
The claim is that the Bible, or that God in the Bible, is mistranslated because it's a plural, which is basically the equivalent of saying any English word that ends in S is a plural. So it's been if you think like say that a bus is singular, no, that's actually plural booze is the idea, basically.
Well, I mean,
it's a little more than that, but that's the gist of it, right?
Yeah, but in ancient Hebrew, you used mass nouns. You pluralized mass nouns to indicate their extent, how large something was. If it is a mass noun, something that is not countable, but rather mass. but that can be, the way it is used, he says a concretized abstract noun here, but the way it is being used is by saying that an Eloh or El, right, is a spiritual being. And by Elohim, that means it basically says an infinite spiritual being. And whether or not it is singular or plural depends on whether or not you use singular or plural words with it. So similar to how you can use sheep, it's not identical to sheep because it is a different form of the word. But just like you can't know whether or not I'm talking about 1 sheep or 5 sheep unless I have a word along with it, like 1 or 5, to let you know whether or not singular or plural, you cannot tell from Elohim whether or not it's singular or plural unless you have something. If you have the sheep run down the hill, that is plural. If it says the sheep runs down the hill and you say that's plural, then you are a moron. And this is Billy. This is absolutely Billy. He looks at a sentence that says the sheep runs down the hill and he's like, but that's plural. That is literally what Billy is doing. But Billy doesn't understand this and doesn't care to understand this. It isn't that difficult of a concept. But one of the funny things is that this word is so perfectly suited to describing God, because God isn't just a spiritual being in the way that angels are spiritual beings. He is the infinite spiritual being, this spiritual being without bounds. You will see this in the term waters whenever waters is being meant as like all the water on the earth, right? Like all the oceans. You will see waters plural. And that's why you get like waters and waters. It sounds very biblical, right? Because that is like a very specific choice to render the plural into English of that word because of the way that it's being used there. But that expanse of that plural ending for a mass noun, something that is not countable in the way that the 1, 2, 3, 4, this infinite God, that is a perfect way to render it. It's a theological statement in the grammatical form of the name. But of course, Billy is utterly incapable of grasping this. Completely and utterly incapable. He's like, it says the sheep runs down the hill. Why is she plural? That is the level at which Billy operates. And this is massively...
I mean, in fairness to Billy, it's not like he actually read the text and saw that the Hebrew grammar had a singular form. He just heard someone say that Elohim is grammatically plural, and he's like, see, this is a mistranslation.
Yep. All right. So,
next.
Yeah, the next one. And this, we're going back to the debate. So I went to the plural. And now we're going to talk about the masculine.
If I have all these texts out, there's a lot of different information that you can see. There's a lot of it.
Oh, is that the same one?
Biblical text.
But what's the word for word?
That shouldn't be it.
Yeah, well, I definitely got it from your link. So do you know what the approximate timestamp is?
If you go to the next one and then scooch back just a little bit,
yeah.
It should be the 2.
So that's weird. So you wrote back to the debate and then you said slide for masculine singular.
Yeah, it's the one above it. It ought to be right. Unless
your timestamp was just off a bit. It's fine. We'll figure it out. This is only like a minute later. So.
And why is God a man? Where's the evidence of this?
Okay. Just go ahead and pause that.
Is that all you wanted? Or
yeah, I wanted him. I think I skipped back to that, but it's just his statement about it being, why is God a man? Why is it masculine? Why is it a he?
Actually, hold on. Let me play just a little bit longer because the context here is actually important sort of.
Are you just going to scoot back a little
Throughout
bit?
both the Hebrew Old Testament and the Greek New Testament, you have the masculine singular, masculine kind of concept.
You keep saying
Huh.
that he, God's a he.
Okay, yeah, so that's where it was.
Text out. There's a lot of different information.
Okay, so you
can
just
see
were
there's
like
a lot
10
of different
seconds
copy
further
word
back.
for word into the biblical text.
Okay, yeah.
In the
But what's the word
in the
for
ver-
word?
in your version of what you believe in, you keep saying
Huh.
that he, God's a he.
So I wanted to get that context right because they're trying to discuss, or Wes at least is trying to discuss why he thinks these two texts are identical.
And then he just changes
He
the
just
subject
he
completely.
just runs right over and says, "You keep saying he, you keep saying he. What? Let's discuss why you call God a man."
And that is just the most supremely stupid statement that could have possibly come out of Billy's mouth right there. He means a man. What is a man? A human adult. It's an adult human male. An adult human male is a man. Does anyone believe that God in his divinity is an adult human man? Billy, apparently. Nobody else thinks that, but Billy thinks that. I mean, the Muslims, if they're Salafi, kind of believe that. They believe that God is this big old creature up there with two hands and a foot, and you can't say that he has a body, but you also can't say that he doesn't have a body and all the rest of this nonsense. But because Muhammad actually believed that he was a huge man, no Christian ever believed that he was a huge man. And Billy will use this, they think that he's a man with a beard, a white man with a beard and a magic wand. He always says a magic wand. I think that he had a stroke at some point. And
okay, so I mean, I get it. Like in pop culture, God is often depicted as an old man with a beard, but never a magic wand.
Yes, flying around with a magic wand.
Nor is he ever pictured flying around.
No, but that's what Billy thinks. He's special. So why is it that he is in fact depicted with a let's make sure that I've got the correct share window. Why do we have he? Why would we have he? Well, maybe because the Hebrew uses masculine terms, and God did what? Masculine. God, masculine form. Created third person masculine singular. Mm-hmm. So go over here. We can look at the verbs. The verb was what? Perfect. So that basically, kal perfect basically means simple past, something that happened in the past. Third person. So that's he, she, it. Masculine, he, singular. Third person, masculine, singular. Third person, masculine, singular. Why do we call God a he? Because he's referred to with third person, masculine, singular over and over and over again. That's why. What about Greek? And the beginning was the word, and the word was with what? God, God. Noun, nominative. And what is this? That's the accusative form. M, masculine. S, singular. So once again, accusative, and I know this is really hard for Billy, and he will never watch this, but accusative doesn't mean any God's being accused of things.
Oh, man.
Object of the action of the verb.
It's funny that you said that, right? Because if he was like actually here,
they're accusing God. He would so think
he'd be like, "What do you mean your scripture's accusing God?"
Yeah, he would so believe this. So the accusative just means that's receiving the action of the verb in most cases. It's one of the cases of cased language, and even we have accusatives in English too, but they aren't marked in the same way unless the pronouns. But yeah. And again, look, noun what? It is case. There we go. Case is the accusative, is a noun in the accusative. Singular, masculine. There we go. And he will then And that's the answer. Why? And Wes actually misunderstands Billy. And in just a moment, because Billy is actually saying something far stupider than anything that Wes can comprehend. So let's look at the next couple of sections. We can just do the next two back to back.
Yeah,
and
you
stop
only
it
have
at-
them 9 seconds apart.
Yeah, we can stop at 36:55.
Let's do that. Let me share it first because it's not very long.
For God.
And why is God a man? Where's the evidence of this?
Well, God isn't a man. See, within historical Christianity, we don't believe that God has a gender. However, the way that he has decided to reveal himself is through the masculine plural, and then ultimately by becoming a human in the person of Jesus Christ. So we don't believe that God has a gender. In fact, the fact that God creates humanity in his image and he creates them male and female, those are two aspects of the image of God. And so that's the completeness. So historical Christianity has never argued that God is gendered. Jesus is gendered in the sense that during the incarnation, he becomes a human man, but he's still fully man and fully God. But God is spirit. And right, as the scripture says, we worship him in spirit and in truth. But nobody's arguing that. What's that? Sorry?
That always blows my mind.
God is the same all the time, right? He's always good. God is all the same all the time, right?
All right. God's the same all the time. Therefore, if he's a man in the incarnation, he's always a man.
Yep, and that's where Wes is just not tracking him. That Billy does not understand. He thinks that the incarnation is God just traveling to earth as he is. And so if you believe in Jesus and you believe that God's a man, because that is the level that Billy operates on. He's never read the Bible. He doesn't understand anything. He thinks that the Bible describes God as running around with a magic wand. So, this should be expected. So Wes tries to engage with him, but doesn't engage at his level because he doesn't understand what his level actually is. Now, there is kind of a thing here about God having both aspects. I think it's better to say that God transcends anything that we might call gender, and that the man and women were both created in God's image. So they're both in God's image. And that the male specifically, is created in relation to God and his people in a certain way. And the female is created in relation to God and man and all of that in a different way, which reflects relations within God himself, of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. These relations have a mirror relationship within the family, but God is the original and we are the analogical, or so we're the analog to the reality of God. So whenever we're like, oh, God's like us, no, in some ways we are like God, but God is not in his divinity like us. We were created after his image being Christ, and we were created to be in relationship with God. So talking about, God has no gender, God has a gender, or any of that, all of that is missing the point. God's not created. He is not in the created order. He uses masculine pronouns because of the way in which we are created in response to him.
So Michelle Page says, now I know Billy's right, because there can never be much evidence against him if so much evidence be against him if he weren't, which I'm sure is a joke. But the thing is, this is actually how conspiracy theorists often think, that, oh, it must be true because everyone says it's wrong. All those people are saying it's wrong. So that makes it proof that there's a vast conspiracy of all these people, they're all getting together to fight against the truth. So I know it's a joke, but it actually isn't very far off the way these kind of people think often. All right. You want to get to the next one?
Yep.
And I agree with you, by the way. I don't think it's necessarily wrong to say that God is male and female. I mean, the text uses that language, but it's imprecise. Transcends gender is better to say, I would say.
Yeah. I don't want to do this fuzzy. Oh, he contains male and female. No. That's not cool. Don't say that. Sorry, Wes. Don't say he contains male and female. That's not cool. God is other than creation. We are created in his image. Both women and men are created in his image. And the relationships within the Godhead and between God and his creation, specifically us, are reflected in the language that he carefully chooses. So.
All right, let's get the next clip.
You actually believe that the majority of Christians really believe that God is not masculine, that God has both aspects?
I mean, it's irrelevant what the majority of Christians believe.
How many would tell you, that God's not a man? They've never been taught this.
Yeah, I love that.
I was taught it growing up. I was taught it in when I was a child, when I went to seminary, when I went to Bible college. I was taught it in graduate school. I would say I would say a few things to that. I would say
that's actually where you had me cut off. But that's very interesting, right? Because Billy's argument is most Christians think something different.
No, how many Christians think that God is a man? Like, that's insane.
But also, doesn't like the 90% of the population disagree with Billy's theories? 90, I mean, I'm being generous, right? Maybe 10% would be open to this idea of aliens writing all these secret texts and stuff.
Yeah.
So by his own logic, the idea can't be right, because his own ideas can't be right because barely anyone supports them.
Something
I mean,
like
what a
that.
stupid argument, right? I mean,
Yeah,
classic fallacy.
Lots
Lots of people believe this. It must be true.
All these Christians believe that God is a man, like a human being, but big, like a human male, but really big and powerful. No, Billy, just you. That's why, Wes did not even understand what he was getting at first, because it's so completely bonkers.
Yeah. I mean, again, and I'm going to point out that he claimed he was never allowed to make any arguments, get any words edgewise, and yet we're playing all these clips where he interrupts Wes, and Wes goes with it, allows him to say whatever he wants to say, ask his question, whatever. Right? Technically, Billy said he wasn't able to ask questions, and then answers it. So I'm not seeing where all this, I was cut off. They wouldn't let me talk.
And he mostly sidetracks.
Relevant with the majority.
He mostly sidetracks after this point, so I'm not even going to engage with the rest of this, because it's like these completely random things like this. But I just want to engage with this first one because I want to show how little grasp of basic ideas that he has. Like this idea. It's incredible.
Well, hold on.
Incredible.
Based on your preview, he claims that Mark doesn't know what the Old Testament is. Really?
Oh yeah. Just watch the next one. Like he does. Mark, not poor Mark. Mark does not know the Old Testament at all. He's about to say something. There's going to be some really wild things said, and I'm just going to cut him off after 4606 because he's just going to kind of ramble off. And I know that Mark is a new.
I want to get this one because this one intrigues me, but this will be the last one we look at.
Pronoun.
That's pretty convenient. I mean, for an all-knowing, all-loving God to understand that human beings are going to take that and abuse it to put their boot on the neck of women for eons. Very interesting. Also, I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I mean, so hold on. Let me speak to that, because it is interesting that.
Quick, guys, I have to.
Yeah, sure.
If it was only for the Old Testament, I would have a hard time following a lot of stuff. for me, like what you said, putting the boots on women and stuff, that it was when Jesus came that when they were literally like, oh, if a woman, you can just accuse a female of having an affair and murder her, and that's like okay. That he was like, he just reminds me of anyone that basically challenged everything. And people would say that it didn't contradict what's in the Old Testament, but however people were interpreting it, they were believing that they were following the Bible to women can't do this, you stone them if they have an affair or if they're accused of having an affair. And Jesus, as we know, the famous scene when they were about to stone her, he's like, he who hasn't sinned cast the first stone, basically saying no one's perfect. And was the first one that I know of that started like speaking to other tribes and other countries that people weren't supposed to, like, they were so racist and prejudiced. And this is where my heart opened up, is like, he stood for this love and this God that broke down all these barriers and just flipped what all the scholars and everything was saying on its head. And that's where I found that I believe that he was crucified, because he went so far like against the grain at the time. And I get what you're saying too. Like, there's stuff where it's like, oh, that's convenient, where human beings can add in that this is there and that's not. But something else that I always was curious, I'm like, if especially the New Testament, if it was like written by man and stuff and pre-planned, I'm like, I think they would have done a better job of not making a lot of the people so like ignorant. The people that were like literally with Jesus questioning him half the time, like, bro, I don't know if you can do this miracle. And Jesus is like, dude, you just saw me yesterday turn water into wine. And I'm like, if they really, if I was writing a story, I'm like, I want everyone to believe this, I would make the people not like is questionable. It's like they have so many characteristics where the humanity in it is what like always drew me.
So I'm going to cut him off there for a second. I'm glad we're doing this actually, because Mark, the guy talking, is yeah. So someone said that this was a weirdest rant. So he wanted to do this show because he has questions like this. He's a not super well educated Christian, right? But he is at least thinking he's a Christian, at least nominally a Christian. I don't know like his heart, right? So I don't want to speculate on his exact state of salvation, but he's thinking of himself as a Christian. And this is the kind of thing that a lot of people believe, right? They say, oh, the Old Testament is so different. It's violent and hateful. And like, I mean, a lot of Christians, right?
Yeah.
Buy into this. And so I think it's very good that he's getting out. But then the second thing he's talking about there, he's like, but when I read the New Testament, it doesn't read like a forgery, is basically what he said.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
this doesn't sound like something someone made up.
So so Mark, I think very evidently has not actually read the Old Testament. I think it's extremely clear, because he seems to think also, and we're not going to listen to this portion of it, but that David and the Goliath, from the way he's talking, might possibly be New Testament. He seems quite confused by a lot of things. He absolutely doesn't understand the pericope adulterae. So the story where the woman caught in adultery is brought to Jesus. According to the Old Testament, who must be brought if a woman is caught in adultery? Who has to be brought?
Yeah, so the man and the woman, right?
Oh, the man and the woman. So would it be stepping on the necks of women or whatever? No, both men and women are responsible for adultery. And men are are always guilty, and women may or may not be guilty depending on whether or not there's evidence that they are forced if they claim that they were forced, right? And that is quite apparent there. And it says, oh, women can't do this or that. What is the this, Mark, honey, what is the this or that women can't do? The one way in which women were impeded was that they could not sue for divorce just on the basis of not liking a spouse. And they couldn't write divorce on their own authority. They would have to go before a judge and make an accusation of mistreatment. That is the incapacity of women in this. The idea that it oppresses women, no. Now, Jesus chose not to address the other things people were doing wrong when they brought the woman before them, because he was bringing a message of repentance and salvation. A message of repentance. He was not crucified because he was going against the meanies of the Old Testament. He was crucified because he was the living God. He was the Messiah, and they didn't want a Messiah who wouldn't kill the Romans and subjugate the Gentiles and bring in the nations. They expected the nations to be brought in, but they expected them to be brought into the worship of the only God as subject people. Now, the stuff about, there's racism in the Old Testament. Where is there racism in the Old Testament?
Well, we actually haven't played that far yet, but yeah.
No, we got to racism. We got to racism while that came before he was crucified. So he talked about, there's all this.
It must have been very brief. I actually didn't catch it, but
so yeah, he just mentioned in passing. I'm like, where? It says, don't marry people who worship other gods because they're going to lead you astray. That's not racism. The multitude that was brought out of Egypt was a mixed multitude. It was a tribally mixed multitude. Over and over again, it talks about not abusing the sojourners among you. That would be foreign people, the people who are not among your own people. Don't abuse them. Don't mistreat them just because they're foreign. Over and over and over, the widow, the orphan, the sojourner, and the foreigner living among you are groups of people who are perceived as vulnerable, who should not be exploited. Over and over and over again in the Old Testament. Don't exploit these people.
It doesn't sound like racism and slavery and stuff like that, does it?
No. And then he's about to go on a rant. The last bit is going to be a rant about the Crusades in the name of Catholicism. And that was terrible. Mark, honey, I know that you have read about the Crusades only in your history book, and those portions are basically written by anti-Christians, sometimes by Muslims. But the majority of the people in the Holy Land at this time were Christians. They were not Muslim. Jerusalem was almost, at the time of the Crusades, it was still majority Christian. At the time of the Crusades, Jerusalem was entirely inhabited by Christians, according to Muslim chroniclers. The only people living in Jerusalem, they were all Christian, and they were mistreated. They were terribly, brutally mistreated, and they were begging for help from the West to rescue them from their oppressors. They were not waging this enormous war against all of whatever. They just wanted the Holy Land back, where many, many Christians lived and where the pilgrims were being enslaved and mistreated and slaughtered. That's what they wanted. If you don't like how medieval warfare was done, then fine. You don't have to like how medieval warfare was done. But don't pretend that it was done, or don't accept the false narrative that it was done because they're big, meanie colonial Christians wanting to beat up these sweet little Muslims who never did anything to anybody. No, we should have kept Jerusalem and never should have given it up. But unfortunately, it was very difficult to conduct and to maintain in the things of that distance across that large area at that time. And we don't have to listen to the rest of them because he just kind of...
No, I already took it off. You covered the other things that he said there. But I think it is good that we are closing this because, like I said, this isn't just Mark being stupid or something. These are very common misconceptions because a lot of people who may or may not know the gospel message, but call themselves Christians. Like, I'm saying that even people who do know the actual message could still buy into these things. They say several things, right? They say that the Old Testament is violent, that there's this contrast between the violent God of the Old Testament and the peaceful God of the New Testament. They say that the Bible suppresses women's rights, that women were not valued anywhere in the biblical narrative, basically. Racism isn't super common, but slavery is, right? That the claim that the Bible supports slavery, lots of people buy
Yep.
into this, including Christians. And what was the last one there? Sorry, I lost my train.
There was the Crusades. There was
Crusades,
racism,
thank you.
mistreatment of women.
Yes, that the Crusades are evil, that this is the worst thing has ever happened in the history of humanity, and it happened because of Christians just doing this for no apparent reason whatsoever, just totally unprovoked, decided to go and kill everyone.
And the last, yeah, and you notice that the start of the abolitionist movement, the worldwide abolitionist movement, came out of Christianity. The reason why a slave Bible had to be created that eliminated well over half of the Bible, it was a very slim book that was left, was because the overall message was one of freedom, preaching freedom to the captive. So we're all slaves to sin, and that slavery itself came as a result of sin. Who was when was slavery first pronounced and prophesied about? Right after someone had committed a big sin, the slavery was prophesied. So all of the early fathers believed that slavery existed because of sin, and things like your children as minors, they do not have property rights, they do not have bodily autonomy, they do not have the right to control where they go, what they do, what they wear. Children do not have those rights. They have the same rights as slaves historically had. We removed the authority to kill your own child. The Old Testament removes the authority for you to kill your own child whenever you wanted. That was historically the norm, which was the same authority that you had over slaves. Slaves and children historically in most cultures had the identical rights. The right of life and death over a slave and a child both were removed in the Old Testament. You are not allowed to just kill people, even if it's your own slave, even if it's your own child. You can't just kill people. But the reason why children even now will always be slaves and must always be slaves in this post no killing sense is because of the fall, because of sin, because your child won't want to wear clothing that's appropriate even after you carefully explain to them that yes, it's going to rain, and I know you're perfectly warm in shorts and t-shirt now, but you need to bring a rain jacket. I will make you do it. That is because I have that authority over them. I will not let you eat chocolate every meal as your sole source of nourishment. That is the behavior of a slave master over a slave in terms of legal rights. And the reason that we have this is because of sin. Even at the level of understanding, kids won't want to do what's best. And so that is necessary. In addition, things like imprisonment. Imprisonment is a form of slavery today, not allowing certain adults who don't grow up with full mental faculties to make decisions over their own lives, that they have a durable power of attorney or something similar, that they are still considered, they have caretakers and so on. That's because we live in a fallen world. There's sin. People aren't perfect. If you have someone who's committed involuntarily because they're insane, again, fallen world. So the father saw that slavery in certain forms were absolutely necessary because of the fallen state of the world, whether it's temporary because you're a child, because of disability, so you're not able to fully care for yourself, you just die, or because you've committed crimes and you're where you go and what you do needs to be controlled, or else you're going to kill people. That was understood as necessary forever, but the other forms of slavery, which came down to debts, war, all these other things, These are also very obvious implications with sin, and were seen as things that can be eradicated now, can be gotten rid of, and getting rid of them was seen as meritorious from the earliest times in Christian society. It would be good to get rid of these things. It would be good to toss out these social structures that maybe it allowed people to get loans that they otherwise couldn't get, so they were able to survive. People who were completely destitute could sell themselves into slavery and have a place to sleep and things to eat and work to do guaranteed. They had purposes in society, but to have a society that doesn't need them is better. And any of the fathers who talked about it, some were like, we need to get rid of it now. And some were like, it's a necessary evil now, but it's still an evil. That was understood from the beginning. And that's why we have abolitionist movements. That's why we have places, where how slavery is illegal, most forms of slavery, what we now just call slavery, and we pretend that the other things aren't slavery anymore. But why it's all illegal is because we have the capacity to overcome these things and have a society that doesn't need these things. And that's good. And I would love to abolish prisons, but we cannot change the hearts of men and make people no longer criminals. And so until we can do that, we need prisons for some people. And that's just the way it is. So.
All right. Very well put. Just a few comments to wrap up here. But I think if Billy ever watches this stream, this is what's going to happen.
And I can see the steam coming out of this guy's ears.
Because, he will not take very kindly to facts, despite him being
one of the world's foremost experts
on all texts, right? Everything. He's one of the foremost experts on everything, except things that you actually have to read to understand. Then he doesn't know anything about them, sadly. All right. Some comments from the audience before we wrap up. So Sakma, who's a Muslim, asked this twice. Do you all believe the story from Billy? He told that he was visited by two great aliens who made his brain shake. Of course, we don't believe that. But then the second time, he said this is basically just the same thing as Paul, which is beyond silly, right?
So what happened with Paul? Were there other witnesses to things with Paul? Yes. Did anyone witness what happened to Billy? No. Now, did anyone witness what happened to Muhammad in the cave? There were two men with him. No one else saw a thing. It was Muhammad alone who got squished by an angel while he slept in a clear sleep paralysis demon episode that even he thought was sleep paralysis demon at the time.
Yeah, that's interesting, Sakma. Why do you trust Muhammad? His story is as credible as Billy's, right? Now, it's not comparable. Billy's story isn't comparable to Paul, and we can go through all the reasons why. But first, I want you to explain why you believe Muhammad when there's no witnesses to his story. And his story reads exactly like what his own society would have called a demon attack. Interesting.
Yeah, and he also asked, is slavery a necessary evil? Rape slavery? No. Keeping prisoners enslaved? No. Waging war in order to get slaves? No. That children can't decide when they go to bed? Yes. That prisoners who have committed violent offenses need to be locked away for a certain time in hopes that they'll reform? Yes.
All right, so a couple comments along this line from Snoopy. Jesus valued women's rights. Misha, women were the first witnesses to the resurrection. I don't think, no, I'm not saying that no one has done this, right? But I don't think you can, I'm not saying that no one reads the biblical text and says, oh, women deserve to be oppressed, but I don't think anyone can honestly read the text and say that, because yes, if you take selected words out of context, just like with anything, you can draw whatever conclusion you want. But if you read the entirety of the biblical narrative, if you read the entirety of the letters, the epistles that supposedly suppress women, just like supposedly the Old Testament does or whatever, you're not going to actually come to that conclusion. And we could go into that in great detail on another day, but that's all I'm going to say about it for today.
And by the way, Wes mentions a book that tracks the increase in women's rights wherever Christianity spread and how treatment of women improved. That's why Christianity, he notes, was mocked as the religion of women and slaves, because women and slaves were attracted to it, partly because it treated them so well. Billy thinks that, the fact that masculine pronouns are used means that people are going to abuse women, which is the most ludicrous thing in the world. Because a lot of the pagan beliefs had goddesses, and the groups that followed goddesses did not treat women better. In fact, a lot of times they treated them worse, because a lot of those groups were associated with prostitute slaves who were forced prostituted in service to the temple. So the temple would own women and rent them to men in worship of this goddess. And if they had sons, they would kill them. If they had daughters, they would raise them to be the next generation of rape slaves. So just, there's a goddess, it must treat women really. No. Goddess existence does not equal women are valued. Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm. So one second, I was typing. Futrius said, I don't know how you read the Old Testament and come off with the impression that God's mostly wrathful and not merciful. Well, actually, I do know how you do that. You read selected portions of the conquest narrative, and that's all you read. And then you come off with that conclusion. But of course, most people saying that haven't even bothered to do that much. If you read the entire Old Testament, never knew the New Testament existed, you would still come to the conclusion that God is extremely merciful, extremely patient, longing after bringing his people into right relationship with him. So it's complete nonsense, basically. But I do know how you do it. You just read a few select passages and ignore everything else.
Can you guys see that? I'm trying to draw on screen. I want to see whether or not you can see it, because if you can see it, that will make things easier for later.
Nope.
Oh, darn. It only works. That's funny, because it only works inside of my own screen. And they're like giving it as an option. Thing. It's like, nah, that doesn't work. I have a smiley face on there now. You can't see it.
So AWLGX said, magically disappeared, just like the golden tablets of Moroni. You see?
I love the fact that the angel's named Moroni. They're angels of Moroni.
And you do see, right? All true religions have their magic tablets disappear.
You see, this is the proof. This is the proof.
I can't dispute that. I mean, it's pretty rock solid. Super chat from Joshua Wooden. Whoops, I clicked on the wrong one, so I guess we'll get this first. So Nissan Addict says, yeah, it's all because they oppressed the Bogatarians at the Council of Nicaea. I think that's correct. So super chat from Joshua Wooden.
We're asking you to give a loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and believe me, that will be paid back in ways you can never imagine.
Who is it that would loan Allah a goodly loan so he may multiply it for him many times over?
Allahu Akbar. I love that verse. Every time we donate to projects, we're giving a loan to our Creator, the most generous, who will return it to us in this life.
Brothers and sisters, can you afford to miss out on this opportunity?
Can you afford to miss out on this opportunity? I mean, you give Allah a loan and he returns it to you many-fold over in this lifetime. So you should definitely donate right now. If Billy is an expert on languages, then Muhammad is an expert on Kamen urine analysis and human embryology and Gabriology, aka demonology and jinology. And I think that a Muslim would have to agree with this statement that Muhammad is indeed an expert on those things. And thus, I guess that by consequence, Billy is also an expert on languages. Solid logic there. Cheeky shaky. The amount of hot air he spews could shorten interplanetary travel time. So going back way to the beginning here, where Billy supposedly has a space agency with no spaceships or satellites or anything else. But he is going to shorten interplanetary travel time by getting the secret knowledge in the Emerald Tablets. Or he could just, talk a lot, and it'll make the ship speed up from all that hot air being pushed behind it. I have to agree with that. A Protestant believer triggered the happy birthday thing twice. Congratulations, fake human on your birthday. Zane says that Billy is one of the foremost experts in grift. The
world's foremost experts.
Dick Vegas says that Social Blade shows his YouTube channel has a 54% increase in traffic this week, presumably meaning Billy, because I know Wes's is up like 500% or something, which is plausible, right? He certainly will temporarily have a lot more traffic. But as I alluded to earlier, he's instantly blocking everyone critical of him, which is where most of that extra traffic is coming from. So I think in the long run, he's just really quickly pushing away the people who are tuning in to laugh at him, instead of being smart and taking advantage of that opportunity to get some money off of their views. And thus, he will only have lost followers after a couple weeks, and people are no longer tuning in for the clown show.
Yeah, and also he's not going to persuade anybody who's not already extremely open to it, because they actually will check up on something that he says. People who are like, hey, that sounds really impressive. A lot of times they won't check. They just won't check. They won't find out whether or not it's plausible. And, I can understand why you might not leave. You probably a good chunk of the people in the chat have heard the story of, whenever they first wanted to sell cakes, they didn't have, and they sold them without an egg, and people weren't buying them because women thought it was too easy. And then they said that you had to add your own egg, and then people bought them. And that's just something that a journalist made up, but it's something that a lot of us hear. And why would you check on that? Right?
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to, right?
There's no reason to check on it. You'll just go, that sounds plausible, and so you'll believe it. But if it's a matter of your eternal soul, I would hope that people would check on it. But a lot of people don't. That's what's crazy. Like, it's one thing if you wrongly believe that eggs were added to cake mixes just to make women feel like they're doing more. It's quite another if you choose eternal damnation because you can't be bothered to check. How can they tell the book of the Council of Nicaea is left out of the Bible? I mean, really, that is truly part of this nonsense.
Super chat from Ryan.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
Definitely ride those wings of Gabriel as far as they will take you. Or ride the Brock, your choice. Which, as we learned on a recent stream, is totally reasonable to believe, because it's not a donkey, as people say. It's not a flying donkey. That would be ridiculous. It's actually a half donkey, half horse with the face of a woman that flies, and that's totally believable. Yeah, okay. He says, you guys saved me hours of reading. Thank you. You are very welcome for that, and thank you for the support. I appreciate it very much. Jack Ray sums it up pretty well here, I think. Talk confident enough about crazy ideas, and either you'll end up in an asylum, or maybe a successful YouTuber who rakes in cash. And I think that's definitely true, right? This is how Dawa works. This is how grifters of all varieties work. You just project a lot of confidence, and it doesn't really matter all that much what you're saying, because people respond much more to the personality, to the sense of belonging, sense of the special privilege of knowing information that other people don't know. and they don't really care whether it's true or false because they like the way being in that environment makes them feel. So you do it right, you can be successful, you can be rich and powerful and die and go to hell. Or right, maybe you're not so good at it and you end up in an insane asylum, and there's actually not all that much difference between the two. Nissan Addict said, can you have a CEO for a nonprofit? Usually they have a different structure. Yeah, lots of nonprofits have a CEO. Nothing weird about that. But here at Reasoned Answers, we only have a CFO, no other positions on the board. Finally, Protestant believer triggered who ate the apple, which I thought would do the super chat thing, but it didn't. So that's fine. Oh, right. That one doesn't, because it makes the apple come up right away. Anyway, thank you for triggering that. You always, as you point out, I'm a big spender. You're always spending your points, enjoying that aspect of that. All right. Thank you for watching, everyone. So I assume I didn't have a chance to talk with this ahead of time, but I assume Mary probably doesn't want to stream next Tuesday, Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Over to you. You don't care?
Yeah, I'm gonna be.
Maybe.
Well, if it's late enough, it's fine because I'm going to church early. So.
All right, so we'll just play it by ear when we're on next week. I think that we've covered what we want to cover from Billy Carson, so we'll return to Islamic topic next week. We'll be looking at the Tawhid debate that we started looking at a little while ago. I believe that if I remember right, it's been a few weeks, but I remember right, we're going to look at the rebuttal, and we're calling that Jake Strikes Back.
Actually,
right?
what I was going to do, we're going to jump into a series on.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. We have some
that.
folks who are new here, and I've already had a series prepared on Trinity for a while now that I've wanted to do in detail. So I'm hoping that new listeners, and Trinity is always a popular topic. So why God is a Trinity, what Trinity means, and everything else. And thank you for the Merry Christmas, Zarn. So yeah, like what all of this means, why, how God works, God's characteristics, and all of those sorts of things. Quite important.
Excellent. Yes, we will definitely be taking a good look at understanding Christian doctrine, because like I just pointed out a little while ago, many Christians don't have a deep understanding of even basic doctrines. It doesn't necessarily mean they're not saved, right? We're not saved by knowledge. We're saved by our decision to trust in the completed work of Christ on the cross. But it's still a really good idea to actually understand the theology and the doctrine of Christianity. You'll have a much deeper appreciation of who your God is. Kitchen Table Polemicist says CFO equals Chief Feline Officer. Yeah, let's go with it. Sounds good to me. Thank you all for watching today. I will have a couple, my personal life and work life and whatnot allowing, but I'll have a couple more videos looking at a couple more aspects of the Billy Carson situation, things that other people have either not commented on at all or very minimally touched upon. I mean, I'm not going to rehash the same things that have been said a million times. We covered all the important stuff, the most important stuff in these last two streams, close to 10 hours of content on that. But there are a couple points that I want to just draw out in a little short video that people might have missed. So we'll see, right? We'll see. No promises exactly when that'll be out, but doing my best to get that out soon. Perhaps I'll have a stream over the weekend. Maybe I'll do another one where I just watch Dawa TikToks until my brain falls out. That was really fun. I totally enjoyed that. But you guys seem to enjoy it anyway. And Bible study on Saturday, most likely, as per usual. Debating on the date on that as well because of Christmas. If we don't see each other again before Christmas, Merry Christmas, everyone. Have an amazing week and God bless.